Well, g'day everyone, and welcome back to the channel. I was a little bit later than everyone else in joining the channel. I had a tooth pulled today, and yeah, I needed a nap afterwards. It was hurting an awful lot. So yes. All right. So let's drop the link for anyone to join. Sorry, folks, I am a wee bit disorganized. Alrighty, so tonight's stream is about the garden, what it was, what happened in it last year, and also what's going to happen this year. So more than welcome for anyone to jump up and talk about their garden. For me this year, the big focus at the moment is on tubers. Everyone can see, you know, the videos that I've put up about the unusual tubers and that sort of thing. Sorry, folks, I am so disorganized. I'm about to say this morning that it's not funny. So yeah, at the moment, my big focus is on tubers. So I've done the taro, I've done the the taro has to actually grow before I can make buns out of it. So I've got the taro in, I've got jicama in, trying to see if I can get the jicama to go from the root. I've also got the I've got shallots out there. I've got the garlic out there, second type of garlic. I've got Egyptian walking onion. I've also got a potato onion. That's in. What else have I got? I have yet to go in, but soon to be going in. Just waiting for the frost to settle a wee bit more, the potential frost, because we haven't had a lot of frost this year. Purple potatoes. we have this one, which is called a burgundy blush. We have another one here. This one is a purple Congo potato. As you can see, they're starting to sprout away in here. So we'll let them sprout a bit more before we pop them out there. This one here is called a sapphire potato. Again, another purple potato. Adding the purple potatoes in this year, I've already got the kiflers in. So I've already got them in. I've also got some supermarket ones still growing. So pretty happy already with the white ones I've got. And this is just a matter of adding in some more color to it. All right, now I have shopped everywhere this year, getting different sorts of seeds, getting the different sort of tubers. I've also got, as far as the tubers, a couple more which haven't appeared yet. And if my brain wasn't so forgetful, then I'd know what they were and I could let everyone know. One of them is the New Zealand yam, which is also called an ocker. It's just a short little yam, very tiny, and it's an Oxalis tuberosa. It's a relation to a common Oxalis plant, but it forms tubers. And I've always got such a supportive child too. Thanks, Chuck. Provost, our crazy Aussie life. Yeah, I'm not so sure on eBay plants. Hard to know what the source is or anything like that. They can be fantastical, and they can be absolute junk too, and totally a different seed than what you've bought. Yes, Christina, I will admit on YouTube that I did forget your birthday, though. What a horrible father I am. If you're always using the same supplier, then not so bad. All right, so where I've bought from this year, Green Patch Seeds was one of my suppliers. Eden Seeds. We have the Diggers Club. Another place which the fantastic Bibby was the one to introduce me to was Happy Valley Seeds. I'd never seen them before. Hello, darling. How you doing?
Good morning.
It does make it easier with another person,
Yeah.
especially when your brain's still waking up.
Yes, it is. I would have called earlier, but I was kind of stuck, so I couldn't call.
Oh, good. All right. So, from Happy Valley Seeds, they are I don't know the size of the company, but it was the first time I've heard about them this year. And they send everything out in a little plastic baggie. So there's no big packaging expense or anything like that. Everything comes out in a little baggie. There's another one. So yeah, they don't have the paper packet. They just have the bag that's inside, and everything's printed on that. All right, so the new stuff I'm growing. I really should have a pair of glasses. The other ones I got a shot.
Don't you have your sheet from all the printouts?
Yeah, somewhere. All right, so I've gone with a chutney red carrot. I've never had any success with carrots, so that's a given and a go one. A ram's horn tomato, which is a new one for me. Yes, they do have a Webpage Provost family, and they are only little. Can you find that webpage?
Yeah.
Thank you, my dear. So I've also gone with a yellow pear tomato. That one is pretty much just for Astrid to munch on. She absolutely loves the tomatoes out in the garden, and I was thinking of her for those ones. I've actually gone with a big pear tomato, which is the same as one of the ones I had last year, and it's called a different name from Diggers Club. Thank you, dear.
You're welcome.
And I'm not going to be able to find it easily.
Is it a yellow pear or a red pear?
Nah, it's a red pear. But the picture looks exactly the same as that big, that pear-shaped one I had.
Yeah.
So it looks exactly the same as that. Yeah, I can't find the name of the other one. All right. I'm trying a couple of new cucumbers because I had the pickling cucumbers from Diggers Club last year, and I wasn't real happy with them. Never had any success. So I've got the Beet Alpha, which is a Lebanese style cucumber, and the German pickling cucumber.
That tomato, is that the Ambrosis one?
The which one?
The Ambrosis?
Yeah.
Okay.
Could quite well be. All right. Also got another carrot, an all season. So may have to pop those in the ground. and also a spaghetti squash. I have not actually eaten a spaghetti squash since I was a young tacker, which was a long, long time ago. And I'm sure my daughter will add some more longs to that. Because she's that kind of wonderful person.
When she stops. Hello, Ed.
G'day, Ed. How you doing, mate? And g'day to everyone else that I missed. But yeah, some of us were asleep when the stream was supposed to start. All right, to go with the jicama that's in the ground to see whether that tuber actually works, which I haven't put a video out on. I've also got jicama seeds, or yam bean, as they are also called. So I will definitely grow some. It's just a matter of, does that tuber work or does it not? Now I've got some onion seed that I'm not sure I'm going to get started or not. I do have a lot of shallots. I've got the potato onions. And the Egyptian walking onions. So I do have a lot of onion in. It's just a matter of, do I try and get them in at this time of year or not? Because I'm getting a bit late for them. And one of those is the barletta, which is a larger slicing onion, or it is or you pick it early and use it for pickled onion. Thank you, Nettie. All right. I've also got a long red Florence, which is shaped like you'd expect a shallot. But yeah, it's an onion style thing, and it's not that that splitting type, which is what the shallots are famous for.
I don't know if he would have the space for bunnies for Provost.
I'm not a fan of bunnies.
That's what cages are for.
Tina had bunnies a couple of years ago. A few years ago, when she was young and less annoying. And she had rabbits, and we got hit by myxomatosis, which is a rabbit disease. And yeah, once the bunnies get myxomatosis, there's not a lot you can do. You also can't vaccinate the rabbits against myxomatosis. That is illegal. There is a vaccine that exists, but you can't vaccinate them because it's a control measure that was released by the Australian government. You can't vaccinate because they don't want that vaccination getting out into the wild rabbit population.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah. If you end up getting myxomatosis in your bunnies, you're pretty much shot.
That's messed up.
All right. I also have a shallot. Not a lot of shallots produced by seed. They're normally a tuberous multiplication, and that's generally what makes them a shallot. The potato onion also does the same thing. So So most shallots don't actually seed, whereas diggers do have the Roderick F1, which isn't going to breed true to type because it's an F1 hybrid. But as long as it does the multiplication, then it should still end up working as a shallot. And hello to Garawan at Jandera. How you doing? Alrighty, so pumpkins. I'm going less wild this year with pumpkins than I did last year. Last year there was I think I had 6 different varieties, maybe 7. So it was a little bit over the top. This year I'm going with a Triamble, which is a 3-lobed pumpkin. And it's got a funny looking shape. On those 3 lobes, they all sort of bulk up. So that's the one I am running with as my main pumpkin this year. And I'm also doing a Lakota, which is an older species of pumpkin they attribute to the Lakota Indians. As to how true that is, who knows? But hey, it makes a great story which sells you seeds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful pumpkin, that's right.
And good morning to Nana's Menagerie. Thank you very much for stopping by. You'll get a laugh. I slept through the start of the live.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bad, Darren. All right. I've gone with a Trumbencio, as they're called in here, a zucchini. But they aren't a zucchini. G'day, Roland. How you doing, mate?
Good morning, Mark. How are you?
They aren't a true zucchini because they're a vining plant. Unlike the zucchini, which has that shorter sections, it's not a true viner. Whereas the Trumbencio does vine. Some places call it a zucchini, some places don't. But basically, it grows a fruit that, it can get to 3 foot long. It's sort of a gourd squash sort of deal. I'm also going with the Sugar Babies, which is a watermelon. They're
Delicious.
probably one of the... What's that?
Delicious. Very good.
Yeah, they're also probably one of the shortest grow times. For me, down here, because of the cold, it's hard to get a long enough grow time.
When does your spring officially start down there?
Officially, it starts in 3 days' time.
Okay.
The 1st of the 9th. First day of September is what we call spring, but you still got that danger of frost. I mean, the temperature outside today would have started seeds.
Okay.
But the soil's not at that temperature yet.
Okay. When's your See, like up here, we have a predicted frost date. For my zone is between the 10th and the 15th of November. Predicted first frost date.
Yeah, we don't get predicted dates. It doesn't. We don't get a predicted date. You guys have got a couple sources of that predicted date. You've got like the USDA puts out a predicted date. Your Farmer's Almanac puts out a predicted date, and that sort of thing. We don't actually get that. We've got no one who says this is your predicted last frost date.
It just comes and goes.
Yeah, and there's rumor and that sort of thing. And if you go by that, then it's like, yeah, okay. You know, like they say, after the grand final, you're right to plant.
Okay.
And it's like, well, yeah, but it's going to be pretty late by then.
Yeah.
And g'day to Organic Grow. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, exactly, Bibby. You had frost today and frost today and 26 degrees Celsius, which would be somewhere heading towards about 80 degrees.
Oh, wow.
In the Fahrenheit scale.
Well, look what, like over here up in the Midwest last year, people were getting snow and ice in March and April.
Yeah. Lisa, yeah, it's probably a bit early to be starting seeds for me. By the time the seeds ready to go out, by the time the plants are ready to go out, then it's still going to be that danger of frost time. So it's tricky. Yeah, Daz, you're expecting some high temperatures going already, but again, the problem is that danger of frost.
Well, couldn't you start the onion seeds inside?
What's that? Yeah, I can. But my frost danger lasts for a little bit longer. It's not likely to get as low here as it does for Bomber and Daz. But it's a longer time that it can possibly frost.
Okay. This is weird to me.
And hello to Annette from Apple Tree Urban Homestead. Thank you for joining.
Hello, Apple Tree.
Tammy from Rebel, I don't get a lot of frost here. In the metropolitan area, we don't necessarily get frost. We get a few during the days. During the night times.
You could do like we do here. Get a thin sheet, and if there's going to be like a really cool temperature.
Yeah, but we don't have. There's no frost prediction or anything like that. So
you know that they're going to have a low temperature. You can still put it over there.
Yeah, but it can frost. It's easier for me to work in Celsius. It can frost when it's above freezing.
Okay.
Frost isn't necessarily that it's below freezing point. So you can get frost when it's still at 32.
Yeah, we get that here.
Or 0 degrees. You can still get that frost when it's still up above that. So the problem is, okay, which nights do you need to run out? Because it depends on local conditions and microclimates and that sort of thing as to whether you get frost.
Okay.
Julianne saying they had frost up there this morning. Whereas we didn't have it down here, but the chance of us having it extends for longer.
Okay.
So that's why it's a matter of, yeah, I'll wait and see. I prefer to take a little bit of a chance. I prefer to take it a little bit safer, but I'll go out earlier than what's recommended anyway.
Well,
g'day to Ilkaniram. How you doing today?
Hi, Ilkaniram. I did that a couple years ago here. 2 years ago. I planted 14 zucchini plants and some peppers and tomatoes in like the first week of March, and they did awesome.
Yeah. I'm already putting new potatoes out to start. danger of frost, and if it hits them, it's going to knock them over. Oh well, it doesn't matter. Yeah, I've got plenty of those potatoes to do. I'm not going to put the purple ones out yet, because if they jump out of the ground, get a frost, then I'm in trouble.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, my ones that are hard to get are dead on me. That would be a bad thing.
Yeah, you need to have an upset granddaughter.
Well, I've got to have some purple mashed potato for little Astrid, because she's going to be amazed when she eats mashed potato and it's purple. I mean, I really want to get to making a potato gnocchi with purple potatoes. I think that would be
Cool.
Absolutely awesome.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, mate, you've got that dry season heat up there. Julianne, funny story. You're not the only one who missed the start because you're asleep.
He did too.
I did too. I had people calling me to wake me up.
Hello, Paula. Good morning.
G'day, Paula. How you doing?
So right now you're without your coffee right now.
I've got a cold coffee. I actually nodded off. I've probably had about 5 hours sleep already, even though my brain's still foggy. So I have a 5 hour cold coffee sitting beside me.
No, considering you didn't get much
And that's what I'm drinking.
before either.
Huh?
Considering you didn't get much sleep the night before either.
No. But yeah, the joys of getting teeth pulled.
Yeah.
Yeah, it feels like I had an little Indian woman yanking with a pair of pliers in my jaw to rip a tooth out. Go figure.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tammy, I know you're as much of a coffee addict as me, and really, and that's warm coffee too, I bet.
Very hot. I've been up since 5 because my shoulder just swells up right now. From all the crocheting I've been doing, and what am I doing right now? Crocheting.
All right, so back to what I'm planning. Sweet corn. The camera's actually pretty good. An F1 hybrid. I would love to get some peaches and cream, or yeah, thanks, Nanas.
Peaches and cream is good. The white corn is good too.
So that's a sweet white corn. I'd love to get some Silver Lady, I think it's called. G'day, Daz. How you doing, mate?
Good morning, Daz. How are
G'day.
you? Julianne, yeah, that would help if you hit record.
Yeah, it helps a lot.
How are you doing this morning, Daz?
Yeah, good, thanks. I'm just moving stuff around on screen. Sorry, I'll be 1 second.
It probably is morning for Daz. He gets up late.
Yeah, I woke up just before, so good morning.
So did I, mate,
everybody.
coincidentally, but you actually wake up before me.
Hello, Crazy
Yeah,
Homestead.
that wasn't bad being late to your own live stream. That was a good one.
Oh, mate, you got to set the style.
Sorry, I'm not looking at the camera, but I'm just moving stuff around.
That's fine, mate.
There we go.
I've also got some purple. Really, Julianne, DDT. Oh, that'll keep the bugs away. I've also got some purple flowered snow peas. which I'm looking forward to putting in. Paula, there's no coffee brewing here, unfortunately.
The brewer's 10,000 miles away.
Yeah. It would be handy if there was someone here to make me coffee, but I've asked Bob again and again. He just won't do it.
Yeah.
He's slack.
He's lazy.
I will at some stage go get a coffee, Bibby, because luckily I have some good friends who will chat to each other and keep things rolling while I do that. All right, I've gone Black Beauty zucchini for this year. Last year I had the Goldens. I don't know if I'll go the Goldens again. I may put one plant in of Golden. But I didn't like the way they lasted. I thought they were a pretty weak sort of plant. And yeah, I'd like to run a Black Beauty and a Golden side by side, and that way I'm going to get a better idea of whether it was just the conditions or whether the Golden was a little bit weak. So I'll probably do one Golden and just compare the two. And I also have a butter bush bean.
Nice.
To add to my bean collection.
How do you find Diggers Club? I've been looking at them for a while, and I've been debating about the membership, but they look impressive online.
They're the biggest source, and they used to be better than what they are now.
Okay.
Now they've got more competition. So there's more competition out there with a lot more small guys who've got organic seed, whereas they were the only ones to go to at one stage. So they've got stuff there that no one else has got, and of course everyone changes the name in between. But it's the same sort of basic seed. Like the big pear tomato that I've got, that's a seed type from Diggers Club, which I grew last year. It's the Ambrosis. So it's the same sort of thing. And also Diggers Club call it Nonna's Italian throwing tomato.
Yeah, they do.
They change names about that little bit, so you're not 100% sure which one's which. But as a general rule, Diggers Club is pretty good.
Yep.
Generally, their plants are pretty strong when you get them. I've found with Green Patch, their plants aren't too strong. It doesn't mean I won't buy from them again. But yeah, whenever I get one, I'm a little bit disappointed in it. I got a rhubarb off them this year, and it was tiny and had been beaten a bit in transport. The beaten in transport's not their fault, though. They should sort of wrap it, so it's not going to get beaten. I got my the sweet potato, the Beauregard, off from last year. Everyone's seen my sweet potato, and that's done awesome. I've now got 6 plants off that one plant. But when I got it, it's basically a sweet potato slip.
Yeah.
So they planted a sweet potato slip, and you're buying a sweet potato slip.
Yeah.
You're not buying a sweet potato tuber with a shoot. You're just buying a slip. So, yeah, the plants, as a general rule, aren't as strong as the plants that you tend to get from Diggers Club. Diggers Clubs sell out of plants a lot quicker too. Yeah. Because of the first place a lot of people go to. Dailies is absolutely fantastic.
Yeah.
They're wonderful. Less of a range than the others, though. Dailies, again, have been around for a fair few years. They are tied closely with Ceres down here, which is a permaculture workshop farm sort of deal in the inner suburbs. But yeah, dailies I've found are pretty good over the years, but generally they're a larger plant and more expensive, so you need to go to the nursery at Ceres to actually get them.
I just had a delivery from Dailies 2 weeks ago. I got three grape and a blackcurrant bare rooted, and
Yep.
their packaging was first rate. Yeah, wet. Koi peat. It was nice and moist, and they were wrapped really well. The plants were so healthy when I got them.
Yeah, I mean that's what dailies do. They grow to sell. Green patch, I can't help but picture that it looks like my windowsill out the front there, where I've got the sweet potato sitting in a jar on the windowsill. That's the way I picture green patch growing their plants. They just sort of haven't got the strength in the plants that I'd like them to have. They have a lot more variety of plants available than anyone else, though.
Yeah.
So that sort of makes it tricky. And they've got, I think it was them, has the Kumara sweet potato, which you can't get anywhere else. So I'm still looking at a few more. And if it's the only place I can get it, I'll take that risk. But at the same stage, by the time you get the plant, you're spending $8 on the plant. You're spending another, $8, $12 on shipping. So it's a $16 gamble on a plant that may or may not take. Yeah, I was like, we'll see. But yeah, if it's the only place I can get something, I'll do it. My potato onions, the only place that I could get them this year was a place called Harmony, and it was in Tasmania. And they don't normally ship to anyone on the mainland. And I actually got in touch with them, and I was talking to them, and they go, "Yeah, look, we'll send it to you. It's going to cost you, and you're taking the gamble. If it doesn't work, if it gets damaged in transport, it gets damaged in transport. Yeah, that's fine. I just want to get some potato onions." So, paid the money for it, and they shipped it over for me, and they came in great, and they're out in the garden now.
Nice.
Are you going to lay out your garden differently this year than you did last year?
Yeah, someone's got garlic and sweet and spring onions and all sorts of stuff out there already, so it's got to be different. But as a general rule, because of my tight space, I can't cycle through the way that's recommended to build up disease resistance and that sort of thing. Yep. Instead of doing that, I plant the herbs and everything in between.
Yeah.
So that's why I mixed plot the garden. So that way it's got that natural resistance, because any nematodes or anything like that have got to go past parsley to get to tomatoes. And you help to build the resistance that way. Everything's going to have to be fertilized super well. I'm going to try and drop some beans in before I get the tomatoes out there. I'm going to try and drop some beans in to put some nitrogen back in the ground.
Yeah.
What I have done towards that, which is what I've done with my peanuts last year, and it gave me such rich organic matter out of it, is some different bean inoculants.
Okay.
Now, there is no inoculant for a standard bean that you can get. So I've gone with the vetch and the mung bean inoculant, which are different plants. But hopefully between the two of those, it'll pick up enough that it's going to set the nitrogen on the roots.
Okay.
So that's what I'm going to do with those packets of beans. You know, I'm going to have enough there that once I get the garden organized, I can drop those packets of beans in there and go bang. If you fix nitrogen, awesome. If you don't, oh well, I gave it a try.
Yeah. Apple tree urban homestead. You could grow those in containers too. I have 2 grapevines grown in half of a 55-gallon barrel.
Yeah.
I have this fall. I'm digging up my peach tree and my plum tree and putting them in a half barrel. I'm gonna order this fall for the spring some other fruit trees to put in barrels because there's things I want to grow, and not knowing how long I'll be here, I'd rather have them in containers so I can take them with me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
As long as I've got room for the roots. Yeah.
Oh,
it's a
yeah.
gamble taking them up, and you're probably going to have to root prune to take them up, like we spoke about yesterday.
Oh, I know I will.
But as long as you bring the top down at the same time, it'll tend to keep it healthy.
Oh, I'm gonna trim them back big time this year because they haven't been trimmed back since they were put in.
Yeah.
So
as
they'll
long as
get
you're
a
bringing the
good-
top down,
Yeah.
you don't want to take more than 30-35% out of the top. But as long as you bring that top down, as at the same time as you prune the roots, it's going to be able to support itself.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do.
And you're just going to have to feed it heavy.
I got triple 19 fertilizer here, so I should be okay. Luckily, last year.
Careful with too much nitrogen on it because you don't want to get too much top development.
Okay, I can get a different fertilizer. It's like quarter of a 50-pound bag, but I've been debating whether I should use the rest of that in the garden this fall because this week, as long as we don't get crazy rains from that hurricane, I should be able to get a bunch of seeds in the garden. I've got 3 different types of bush beans going in. I've got carrots, beets, turnips, collards. Oh, what's the other one? Kale, Swiss chard. I may be having volunteer kale and carrots in spots in my garden that I didn't want there because of rains. Well, last fall I planted a bunch of seeds in like middle of October, and barely anything came up. So this spring I had a bunch of carrots popping up out of weeds, and they flowered. I had huge flowers, and they were drying up. I was going to give them a couple days, and I was going to pick them and save the seeds. Well,
the problem is if they're self-seeding and then they're going straight to seed really quick, chances are you don't want them. They're going to be poor versions of the seed.
Okay. Well, I have.
You actually want to save the seed of the one that it's hard to get to flower.
Okay.
With carrots.
Okay.
Yeah, it's exactly the same as my bok choy is already set in the seed, and it's like, I wouldn't save the seed off it because it's just shot so quickly to seed. But that was the cheap stuff in a punnet from the supermarket anyway. Yeah, it's slumped.
Well, this was from like a 20-cent pack of carrot seeds. I just sprinkled them out because it was so late and I had them.
Yeah.
And I was surprised anything came up this spring. But I did get a few carrots out of the garden. But thanks to a freak downpour, I lost about 8 or 9 carrot tops that were all seeded and ready to be picked. So I'm going to have carrots in spots I didn't want them this spring.
How are you going with those sweet potatoes, Terry?
They are growing like crazy. I keep putting the
Nice.
vines into the pool, and I went out the other day because I wasn't feeling well for a couple days.
Well, while you guys are
And
chatting about that, I'll be back in a
go get
second.
your coffee. And I went out, and then like because we had a couple of rains come through, I had a vine that was like 10 feet long in 3 days, and it was trying to go under my house. So I took my shovel and I cut it off. But
Nice.
everything else is doing great. My potato plants, the bugs have been hitting them. They're still getting leaves, still trying to put leaves on, so I'm just leaving them be. I've got another month to go till I harvest them. So I'm hoping that they don't do like my single potato um, did and d- die off. But I did get some potatoes, and the other day I was pulling weeds in my garden, and I found a bunch of potatoes. I was pulling up potatoes in with the weeds. So I got a
Nice.
snack, and I
Yeah.
found a beet I thought I didn't have.
Huh.
So yesterday afternoon, I roasted up the potatoes and the beet in the oven, cleaned them up, chopped them up, and roasted them. And that was my afternoon
Very
snack yesterday.
nice.
It was delicious.
Yeah. Good stuff.
It didn't weigh a whole lot. I forget what the weight was of all of it, but I did weigh it out. The rains this summer have decimated my tomatoes. I had light all over my tomato plants.
Yeah.
We've had such horrible. We don't get normal rains. They're really heavy downpours.
Yep.
And even though the property here is up on a hill some, and my garden is elevated some, when you go out after a real heavy downpour and you see nothing but water where the garden is,
Yeah.
things aren't going to go too well.
Yeah. How did you go with that cover you made for the cage?
Oh, for the chicks,
Yeah.
all I did was I put that tarp. It kept them dry for the
Yep.
most part, but the wind didn't help.
Oh, okay.
Because the one end of the cage for the chicks that I have them in, I had that tarp stapled down to it.
Yep.
And I have the tote that I brooded them in there on the side, so they can go in there out of any range. And protect them from any cold winds.
Yep.
But I'm gonna be starting to move them closer towards the other chicken coop, so they can all get used to each other and see how they do.
Yeah. Yeah.
But hopefully
Good stuff.
things will go good with them. Me introducing. I'm hoping they're both hens. I know the one. I was watching another YouTube channel, and they've got the same chickens, and they're called Splash Americanas, is what they call them.
Okay. Yep.
So I don't know what color eggs she's gonna give me, but I know she was hatched from a white egg.
But Americanas,
Polish,
I'm back. I've got the kettle boiling. Americanas, I thought they were blue egg layer.
but the egg was white. That's why I'm not the egg.
Yeah, mine's definitely a light blue color.
Okay,
I've only got the one.
but
I know
Polish.
I know the egg that you had was white though, because unlike most of the other people, I actually got to see your eggs before they they went in.
But the Polish hatched from it was a really pretty blue egg, and they're usually everyone I talked to in every place I looked at said Polishes come from white eggs, but this one came from a blue egg. So I don't know what happened. I don't. My friend's girlfriend. I haven't had a chance to talk to her. I haven't seen her, but I know she's got she's got like 75 chickens over where she lives.
Kettle's boiled. I'll be back.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so she's got several different kinds of chickens over there. I don't know if she has them separated or what,
Mm.
but I know she has several.
I've only got the 6 chickens, so coming out of winter, they're laying again, which is great because mine just they decided to call it quits for winter. So yeah, it was a struggle, but yeah, it's
I
good
bet.
going out there now getting eggs. Yeah, yeah,
I
but they
have.
yeah.
Go ahead.
Go on. No, no, no. Go on after you.
I have with the 2 chicks. I have 6. I've got a barred rock rooster and a hen. I've got a golden lace Wyandotte. Let's see. Yeah, Rhode Island red, and the 2 I have now. The Rhode Island red I got last summer, and the 2 chicks. They're all the youngest. The other ones are all 3 years old. They'll be 3 this. No, they're 3 this summer.
Yep. Yeah, all my chickens. Yeah, actually, all 6 chickens that I have actually come from up near Jandera and
Okay.
Silhouette Park Farm. Yeah, they. I've got relatives up in Queensland, so when I need more babies, my in-laws go to a couple of places around their area, and yeah, I've got I've got 3 what are they called? 3 platinum Sussex, white fluffy ones, and
Okay.
2 speckled Sussex, and that Americana. So yeah, but they're all imports from Queensland, and yeah, they're all doing well.
That's
So
good.
yeah, Garrowin, yeah, I get my chooks from up there.
Now, do you have a video showing your chickens?
Um, yeah, there's a short video if you want to be spared. I've got a short video, one of my very first videos where I think it's the Americana and the Platinum Sussex are waiting at the gate for me to come into the yard. And at the very end of the video, I think it goes for like maybe 2 minutes or something. At the very end, the Platinum Sussex and the Americana they stand beak to beak and they just stare. And I should have left it recording because they just stood there beak to beak for about a minute. It was hilarious. And yeah, I end up stopping it sort of, I don't know, maybe 10 seconds into it. But yeah, it was I looked at the video and I'm thinking, have I paused the video? But yeah, they just did this beak to beak thing and just stayed like that. It was a classic.
Okay. So, what all are you growing in your garden this year?
Oh gee, I've just started my spring seeds really late. I've got a heat mat and a grow light because the mouse plague is really bad. Like, I'm not
Yeah, I've
devastated like
seen
some
that.
of the yeah, I'm not as bad as some of the poor farmers out there, but I can't have seeds and stuff outside. The mice eat them straight away. So yeah, I've got um oh gee, Amish paste. Um oh gee, I don't know. I've got I think I've got watermelon just started. Oh man, I can't think at the moment. Tomatoes, some peas. Um, oh man, I've gone blank. I've put in about a dozen. I've sowed about a dozen types of seeds in the last week.
Okay. You're on mute, Darren.
Muted, muted, Daz.
Darren.
Sorry, Darren, not Daz.
There you are.
There we go. All right. I know exactly how it is, mate. You know everything until you get in front of the camera.
Yeah,
And then you go,
yeah,
yeah, I've got seeds in.
Yeah.
yep, yep.
Like I'd be walking around the garden last year, you know, oh, it's this one, it's this one, it's this one. I turn the camera on and go,
Total
Yeah,
blank.
and then dash inside, grab the packet, remember the name again, off the packet, go back outside and start filming again.
yeah, yeah. I've probably gone out into the kitchen and bored my wife and kids stupid with, look what I've just sowed and what I've got coming and blah blah blah. And then I
That
sit
sounds like
here on
my
camera
kids.
and I'm like, I've got seeds.
I still get
Yeah.
my son asking me, "Why are you growing so much?" Because I don't want to buy it. It's saving me money because prices in some places are outrageous.
And you know how it's grown and what's in it.
Yes. And I can go out there and pick it and eat it with no problem.
Ah, bomber.
I just saw that.
Mm-hmm.
I think those two would worry if they both just stopped picking on each other. I know I'd worry because something would totally be wrong with both of them.
Yeah, and the thing is, we're like this in person too. I'll go
Actually, I
out
was
for a
just
visit, and Julianne's generally on my side, not on Bomber's side. So,
no, I was just going to say before I saw Matthew was talking about how he's got his fruit trees in grow bags, and there's a guy I know in Saudi Arabia, and I kid you not, he's got maybe 50, probably a good 50 or so fruit trees of all types growing in pots in like I from what I can work out, he must have like a courtyard. Maybe he's upstairs or something, and he's got this courtyard just laid out, and it's incredible. Just so many fruit trees doing well, all in ceramic pots.
yeah,
So
well, Saudi
it can be
Arabia, they
done.
tend to have rooftop gardens.
Yeah,
They tend to have the flat roofs and a rooftop garden. You know, it's how they bring that little sort of oasis to the house.
yeah. So a lot of
But
people are
much like me,
scared.
Matt's in a rental, so
Yep.
it makes it tricky to go with big plants.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, putting in a 5-year commitment to a plant when most of the time you're not at a rental for 5 years. Although I've been at this one 8 years, so if I had a
Okay.
planted when I first got here, everything would be producing fruit.
Yeah. Well, there's the one channel, Danny Wanda from Deep South Homestead. They have, in the last couple of years, they put up 2 greenhouses, and they're growing. The one company over here, Gurney's, call them reachables. They're like dwarf fruit trees, and they have them growing in pots in their greenhouse, and they were getting fruit last year from them, and they're doing great. I'm going to be getting some from there too. That's some of the fruit trees I'm getting. That's from Gurney's.
Elders Homestead, try dropping them in the freezer just for a couple hours, and that may kill the weevils. Don't give it long enough that the seed's going to freeze, but give it long enough that it's a frost sort of deal, and you might be able to knock off the weevils that way.
Yeah.
No, but it's good for us. I'm really looking forward to spring kicking in, and all the stuff getting out there and growing and preserving and everything. It's going to be awesome.
Well, Paula, if you're a good mod and read all the comments, you'd understand that what the question was weevils in on sunflowers. I'm starting to wake up a bit now. I can give some stick back.
Yep.
Fresh
Watch
coffee.
out. Watch out, Bomber Steve.
Apple Tree Homestead, where are you at? Because I want to try growing olive trees here. I don't know. I know they grow.
Apple Tree is in Western Australia,
Okay.
and it's over in Western Australia.
See, it's weird for me sometimes because here you guys are talking about spring, and I'm getting ready to go into fall next month, and I'm looking forward to the cooler weather, but not these, because we're still in hurricane season here. I'm not looking forward to the storms.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Darren from Thorhaven's talking about. You know, he's hoping the snows don't come too soon because he's right up north up there in Canada.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay,
catch you later, Ilkanira.
Bye, Ilkanira. Yeah,
See you,
he's
Jason.
up there. Hopefully, I don't know. I've seen a couple different places saying that frost beat him early up there, but I hope not. 'Cause I have friends that have huge gardens up in Canada, but they ain't that far from the border.
Yeah, definitely. If they've just a worm, try the fridge trick. Elders Homestead. That may help to knock them back because worms don't have as much protection as insects even. So yeah, just pop them in the freezer long enough that you're not going to freeze the actual seed, and that should hopefully kill the weevils.
I'm just reaching over to the side, just going back to seeds for a minute. I want to give these guys a plug.
Yeah, go for it, mate.
Yeah, Farmhouse Seeds. These guys here.
Yep.
There we go. I tried these guys for the first time this year, and the seeds are looking pretty good.
Yep.
And also, when I bought my seeds off them, I got my Amish paste seeds off them, and I got this really cool little handwritten note from them there,
Cool.
and it had some sweet basil, I think Italian basil or something, a packet with string tied to it saying thanks very much for using us, and we thought this basil would go great with your tomatoes, so pop it in with them. And
that's awesome.
I thought that was really cool.
That
what a great
awesome.
touch. Yeah, so yeah, there you go, guys, all your Aussies there. And yeah, the packaging looks good. It's got all the information on it, as you can see.
Yeah, that's actually pretty comprehensive information that's on it. That's more than you get on a lot of other packages.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then the seeds are in the little baggies inside. Yeah, quality looking seeds so far. I guess I'll know when they all grow, but some of them are sprouting and doing okay. So yeah, I'm thinking about these guys next time again. And no, I still can't remember what seeds I've sown. I was just looking at the packet then.
I did that last year. I thought I had planted a watermelon in one spot. Turns out it was cantaloupe. And where I had put what I thought was cantaloupe was some of my extra butternut squash seeds last year. And I'm actually really happy with the butternut squash that I grew last year because I still have some of it from last year.
Nice. I love butternut. I absolutely love it. Oh, fantastic. Great for soup, and I love roasting it and getting it that real caramel browned. The sugars come out and it gets all sticky yum. Just making myself hungry now.
Yeah. I will mix sometimes if I have butternut squash and it's a small one, I've cut up carrots and sweet potatoes with them, and I'll put them in a bowl and soften up some butter and coat them all, and I'll roast them like that, and they come out really good.
Yum. The worst thing I do is, because I'm a night owl, I watch everyone's videos and go into chats and stuff overnight, and it's always about food, and it's bad. That fridge, I need to chain and padlock the fridge and the cupboards at night time because it's bad.
Yeah.
Is Bibby still here? I watch Bibby's cooking videos. Bibby's just there, yeah. I watch Bibby make something at 2 o'clock in the morning. Like, Bibby's not doing it at 2 o'clock in the morning, but I watch the video, and I'll be out there. I want a roast chicken. I want spag bowl. I don't know, stir fry. It drives me nuts. So yeah, Bibby, stop doing cooking videos.
Well, Bibby's cooking videos are awesome.
They are. It makes me hungry. One of the things I'm going to try growing next year are mustard greens and see how we like them.
Yeah.
I have to get more collard green seeds because I know.
See, I've never tried collards.
I love them.
Mm.
If you
Never
like
tried 'em.
it's like a stronger flavor. It's like cabbage, but it's a stronger flavor than cabbage.
So sort of a kale sort of thing,
Kind of,
kind of.
kind of. I love them. I love the first time I canned them. Well, the first time we tried them was back in New Jersey, and I was on the phone with my husband, and he goes, I said, they got collard greens. He goes, get some, I want to try them. I was like, okay. So I asked a bunch of friends of mine how to cook them, and couple and a bunch of them said that they just chop them up and boil them and let them simmer for a couple hours, and
Simmer for a couple of hours.
I let it cook for a while, get them nice and soft. If I want a little bit of a crunch to it, yeah, uh, I'll cook it less time.
Darren too.
Bye, Thorhaven.
Paula, I could do that, and I do have bacon grease saved, but the bacon grease I have saved, I wouldn't do that with. I would do it with the applewood bacon grease.
Hmm.
I saved.
I'd like to grow. Oh, sorry, go on.
I saved. Recently, I ordered 3 different bacon, but with 3 different flavors. One was maple, one was applewood, and one was hickory. I love the flavor of all of them, but I like the applewood over the hickory. So if I was gonna cook anything with the applewood bacon grease, I would use that.
Yep.
Over the hickory.
It doesn't matter. Bacon grease is bacon grease.
I know.
No, I was just going to say. Oh, sorry, Darren.
You're all right. My paprika is smoked in applewood and wattle. And
Yes,
that
I saw that.
beautiful smoky flavour.
Nice.
That is really good.
Are you going to make the paprikash?
Yeah, I'll probably end up making a paprikash up out of it.
Sweet. Yeah, good stuff. Yeah, I've still got goulash in my head, man. After that, I'm making a goulash. I haven't stopped thinking about it since I watched the video. But now I've got paprikash in my head too, thanks to your comment back. So
okay, so what's
that's the problem. Is you're very suggestive towards food. It's not that you're watching food at any time at night. It's like you hear something and go, now I've got to do that.
Yeah, exactly. That's true.
Paprikash, it's sort of like a goulash. It's a stewy soup. It comes out of Hungary with paprika as the base sort of flavor to it.
Okay.
And it's very nice. I've had a Hungarian person cook it for me, and it was good stuff.
Yeah, awesome.
Yeah, I never heard of that.
Yeah, I'm absolutely triggered now. I'm trying to look around my desk to see if there's anything I can snack on. I'm so yes, I was going to say. Sorry, what was that?
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say before about growing stuff. I love watching everything people grow, like Darren, for instance, the taro and stuff like that. But here with my family, they're very basic in what they eat. And as much as I'd love to grow exotic fruits and veggies and stuff like that, it wouldn't get used enough. Like I would try it, I'd eat some of it, but I can use that space and the resources to grow them for things that we do eat here.
Yeah.
So yeah, I look at, like, for instance, like I said, the taro, be like, yeah, I want to get some taro going, but I've got to be practical. I'm growing food also to eat and preserve and to store and stuff like that. So yeah, it gets a bit frustrating when you see really cool, like we're talking about dailies before. They have amazing fruits, just exotic fruits there, and as much as I'd love to try and grow them, it's just a waste of time and resources.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, Matt is a great one. He has guavas, jabuticabas, and all sorts of things. Matt has some wonderful variety out in his garden.
Yeah.
But unless you've got people that are going to eat it, there's
Emma.
no point to it. Hey Emma, how you doing?
G'day, Emma.
The reason I won't grow anything unless we've tried it a few times. It's like a couple years ago. No, last year I tried rutabagas and turnips for the first time. I roasted them, and I even tried them raw. And my kids and I liked them, so I grew them. I will not can rutabagas or turnips again. I don't like the consistent. No. My chickens loved them. They loved them.
They're not a canning sort of vegetable.
No.
Although I do have a turnip that's about to get a name because it's that big.
You need to pick it.
Wow.
It's bigger than his fist. He needs to pick it.
Bibby, a rutabaga is a Swede. We know it as a Swede. They call it a rutabaga.
Yeah. Yes, you guys have different names for stuff.
Night, Nettie.
Night, Nettie.
Good night, Nettie. Sleep well.
Yeah, I'm going to try this. I was just showing the packet. I've not seen it before. What was it? The Hamburg rooted parsley. This one here.
Mm-hmm. That's the one you showed before.
Yeah, so I've never heard of it. Apparently, it's a parsley that pretty much, if you don't pick the parsley, it grows a full-on, like, parsnip root. It's virtually the same as a parsnip. So, yeah.
General parsley does that.
Is that
parsley
right?
Does that, yeah.
I've never known that, seriously.
Yep.
Yeah.
Wow. I can't believe I didn't know that.
Yeah, I pulled, like, I was cleaning up the parsley out there, and there's roots there, so I put them out to the chickens because it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I just don't grow parsley because I don't use it. I mean, back when I was a chef, I'd used so much of it, but at home, yeah. So oh, well, there you go. I never knew that. So
parsley's great because it's an aperitif. The bitterness of it makes your salivary glands go, which gets your stomach going. Oh yeah, I need more to eat.
Yeah.
And that's why it became a tradition to garnish a dish with parsley, because then you finish the dish, you can also cleanse your palate with the parsley.
True. Yep.
And when you cleanse your palate with the parsley, you start the salivary glands going again, and then the dessert menu comes out, and you go, yeah, I'm still hungry, even though your stomach's saying it's full. Yeah. Your salivary glands are going, and you're going, I need more food.
Matthew, if you have a dehydrator, you can dehydrate it. With my herb garden, I've got thyme and parsley. My oregano has gone to seed. So I gotta pick the flowers so I can get that to grow some more. I've got my pineapple sage is going crazy. I've got to pick that. My thyme is going nuts. I got to pick some rosemary. My cilantro. I got more cilantro dried up than I want to think about because I have so much. But my parsley didn't do that great. So I'm going to have to put that in a container and see if I can't get it to go again.
Yeah. Night, Garowin.
Night, Garowin.
Night, Garowin.
And as I just said in the comments, Annette, the community that I got that follows the channels, they're like a family.
They are.
They are absolutely wonderful people. I remember when Daz was first thinking about starting videos and that sort of thing. Same with Matt when he was first thinking about starting videos. And, the community just gives so much encouragement. And come on, you can do it. Get it started.
Yeah. No, sorry, I was just going to say, yeah, people that know me, I haven't been outside and talked to people and stuff. And then, yeah, one night I went on to Josh's live in the yard, Homestead. And yeah, these guys were there. And that night I had Darren and Dawn from over in Cyprus and all these guys subscribed straight away and we're all encouraging. And yeah, it sent me on my way, which is crazy. It's something I won't forget. I went from 0 to flat chat straight away.
Yeah, Bibby, you're not the first channel I got to get going. Yeah, I'm a big supporter. I mean, it happened to me, Shane at Kinfolk Farm, and Travis at Homesteading the Right Way were the guys who encouraged me. I was just a watcher, and they said, you need to jump in. You need to do videos. You've got content that people don't have. Rare on YouTube do you have content that people don't have. They may not have it in a community, but it's rare that you don't have it. But they gave me the support, and they said, "No, get it going."
See,
and they spent the time watching those first videos.
I didn't have that. I never told anyone I was thinking about doing a YouTube channel. I was fighting depression because losing my husband and with all that, and that was my way after talking to a couple of friends. When I actually started, it was like a month before that, I started telling a couple of people I was interested in doing it, and that's when my friend Patrick from Breakaway Homestead, he said, "I'll send you some elderberry cuttings, but you have to do a video." And I was like, "What?" He goes, "The only way you're gonna get them, you have to do a video." That was my first video.
And yes, sorry, Paula, you were also telling me to get out and do it.
Yeah.
And she hasn't stopped nagging me to this day.
It's funny though how it works, because I was only saying to a couple of my boys tonight in the kitchen before this that I really need them to help me to go out into the front yard and do some weeding and mowing, because I honestly, I still can't go out into the front yard in front of neighbors and people. But then a couple of nights ago, I sat here live with my own live for 3 hours talking to people. Like, what is with that? It's just like now, like this is my first time with you guys here. But I can't go out my front door and be in front of, I was going to say real people. You're real people. But you are, aren't you?
But there's that distance of separation.
Yeah.
True.
You're in your space.
Yeah, Paula, can you throw up a link to your channel, please? That would be lovely. She hates it when I do that because she never self-promotes.
She's got a good channel.
She has a wonderful channel. And it started on the concept of, she had a black thumb. The garden that she produced that first year of gardening was absolutely amazing. Yeah. I remember her watching her garden growing last year, and it was just so amazing how lush and bountiful the garden was.
See, the other part of me doing, because of becoming a widow and a single mom, that was like the key factors for me.
Sorry, I just read Julianne's comment.
Same.
I almost snorted coffee out my nose. Thank you very much.
Sorry, Terry, but that was funny.
I wasn't looking, so I didn't get this. I had to come back and read that. It was Julianne.
Oh,
but
yeah,
that was like the main purpose of me doing it, is like, because of my epilepsy, becoming a widow and single mom, and going into a bad depression gardening was my escape. And when I wanted to do a garden here out back, I ran into clay. And I had never gardened in clay. And so I was asking a few different friends different things I could do. And I got ideas from other channels. And I took my electric weed eater and I took all the grass off the space I wanted on the garden. And I had gone to Lowe's. I bought a bunch of bags of topsoil, a bunch of bags of, it was a cow manure and compost mix. And because I have oak trees in my yard, and I have a bunch of dead, dried up oak leaves, I mixed them all together and put that on top of the ground and put my seeds right in that. And that was my garden that year.
Yeah.
And my neighbor across the street, one day I was out there, he goes, if you want, I'll come over and I'll till up some spots for you. Because some of the stuff you planted isn't coming up. And I was like, okay. Well, he tilled it up, and sure enough, those seeds started growing. He did one in the way back, and that's my first time growing corn. And I planted it the wrong way, but I did get some corn. And I planted sweet potatoes in that spot too. The middle garden, I had tomatoes, Swiss chard, carrots, and beets. I got some tomatoes and some stuff. The front garden, I had zucchinis, cucumbers, and what else? I think it was, and watermelon. And then I had a separate garden near the road. It was for the bees. It was flowers and herbs. And near the end of summer, middle of summer, my landlord and his maintenance man came over and was spraying weed killer. Killed all my flowers and herbs that I had grown. I had like 1,000 flowers that were about to open. And so, needless to say, I lost all them. I lost beets, I lost carrots, I lost all my flowers and herbs, and my landlord got a yelling at for that. I lost a lot of other stuff too, and I told him don't spray no more because we're supposed to eat it. And he has a couple other times, but in different spots. I told him don't do it no more because I have animals, I have food, I don't want that stuff over here. But I mean, I wanted to show people from my channel that it's okay. You can start over. You can learn new things. It's taken me a few years to get the garden going really good. And thanks to the help of neighbor and some friends, I've gotten pretty good at growing food here.
Yep. Sorry, I am listening. I'm just trying to grab all those links that and just making sure I haven't missed anyone.
Bomber's putting it down thick and fast.
Paula, you gotta try Vegemite.
And Bibby's changed names.
I saw that.
Yeah, you've got to eat Vegemite to claim the title of an honorary Australian. Sorry, but it's just the rule.
Yeah.
This is the one I ordered from Amazon, Paula. I have to
Yeah,
get one.
Amazon. I literally go through a half-pound jar.
I can't imagine having
No, it would be a
jar.
pound jar. 500-gram jar.
Wow.
I literally go through that every couple of months. Because that's my go-to snack.
Yeah.
It's like Amanda with her Nutella.
Yeah, it's like I've got these. We have the green screen that works well.
Good one.
I have invisible Vegemite, everybody. But yeah, there you go.
The to-go packs.
Yeah, so we have these ones for the kids and stuff like that. But Amazon's great. I have a price alert thing that I'm subscribed to, and Amazon every now and then drops Vegemite down cheaper than the supermarkets ever have it, and they put limits. So we order 5 at a time and get 5 big jars sent for a couple of bucks each. It's awesome.
Oh wow.
Yeah, but they don't do it often, so that's why I have the alerts for whenever it happens.
You're going to send Paula some Tim Tams.
Oh,
I've never had Tim Tams. I've heard they're really good.
May as well send a violet crumble while you're at it.
And then you have to mention the Tim Tam Slam while you're talking about Tim Tams.
Yeah, Bong was talking about that the other day.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's great.
So what's that?
Tim Tam Slam depends if it's the adult version or the kids version.
Okay.
Or the really adult version. You bite each end off it and then you use it like a straw. So you suck up the drink through the biscuit, and then after you've done that, you eat the biscuit.
Okay.
So with kids, it's a Milo. With adults, it's a coffee. For the really adult version, you do it in a port.
Okay.
And that is a different taste.
I bet.
It's sensational. You have to try it. Actually, Tim Tams are in oh man, somebody just told me recently maybe Walmart has Tim Tams.
There we go, Paula. That's a violet crumble.
Very nice. Yum.
A friend of mine.
A honeycomb candy wrapped with chocolate.
Who was my friend Carol down in Florida? She found violet crumble in the store down there.
Yep.
Nice.
And I don't know if they have it across town, but I'm not gonna. I'll have to call over there and see if they have it. Because I'm not gonna take an hour ride on the bus over there.
Emma's tried a Tim Tam Slam. There you go.
Oh, very nice. Hey, I've just finished this. This is one of my faves.
Fantails. Oh yeah. Not only candy, but trivia.
Yes. I can show a wrapper, but I think it's going to go invisible. We'll see. Yep, there you go.
Yeah, yellow's not working with the green screen, my friend.
No.
They're actually working on yellow screen.
Yeah.
G'day to Hedgehogs. G'day to Tina Ladybug.
G'day, Laura.
Hedgehogs, I did let you into Rebel Canners today, even though you hadn't answered the questions, but luckily I knew who you were.
How you doing, Laura?
I brought up the hasn't answered questions tab, and there was Laura. And it's like, luckily I know her.
Yeah.
It's going to try Paula's tip. It was Paula, yeah. No, not working, Paula.
No. Yeah, there's a lot of things I want to try. There was one. Oh, it's a flake.
A flake,
Oh, yes.
which is
Flake
chocolate layered backwards and
Yes.
forwards.
Yes.
Yeah,
Awesome.
I'm not a chocolate person. Normally, it's for me it's white chocolate. But there's some things I will eat for what it contains, not the chocolate.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
first time I had it, when I was pregnant with Antonio, the year I got pregnant with him, I worked at a deli. And my boss, her parents live in, they're up in England, they're in Wales. And she brought home some flake chocolate for us to try. Oh my god, was that good?
All right,
flakes
so
are
I need to.
sensational.
Yes, Emma, white chocolate isn't chocolate, but it's still made from the
It's still
chocolate plant.
good. It's still good.
Love white chocolate.
Ugh, clinkers, yuck. Not a fan.
Paula, go into Google and look up flake chocolate. Cadbury makes it.
Clinkers,
It's
I had
delicious.
clinkers when they first came out. We had a friend over when we lived over in Western Australia, and he was actually the Cadbury representative. So
Okay.
we'd get everything to try before it came out, and sometimes it didn't come out. And we had clinkers before they came out, and wasn't a fan then, and still not a fan now.
Okay, so what are clinkers?
Clinkers is sugary sweet wrapped in chocolate.
I find that if you dehydrate marshmallows to the point where they go really hard, that's what a clinker's like inside.
Okay.
Vice versa. G'day, Laura.
Yeah.
Good morning, Laura.
G'day, Laura. How you doing?
I'm doing good.
Really, baby? White chocolate is good, especially in coffee.
Oh, baby, unsubscribing. Sorry, see you later.
Laura.
Laura just dropped.
Oh,
White
we just lost
chocolate.
Laura.
White chocolate is delicious in coffee.
Oh, baby, how can you say that? Oh, g'day, Tina.
Tina's been in for a while. You're
Hi,
a little
Tina.
slow.
Sorry, I know. I'm trying to get used to the whole reading chat and being on camera thing.
Sorry, guys.
You're right.
You're okay.
I'm still waking up. It's 5:30 here.
Oh,
That's okay. I'm still waking up, and it's 10:45 here.
I've been up since 5, so I got 3 hours on you.
that's bedtime for me, Laura.
Bedtime, 5 something.
Yeah, 5 something. Yeah, generally. Yeah, it's from 30 plus years of shift work. I think on average I'd go to bed between sort of 5 and 7 a.m. And despite what the doctors say, blah, 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 and everything, once it's stuck in there, it's stuck. So,
Julianne, you know better than to argue with me. One of the ingredients you listed was cocoa butter. It's still chocolate. It still has elements from the cocoa plant.
You
She's
said
still
have
arguing with me.
it drizzled on other
My favorite
things.
candy bar is what was I gonna say now? Probably Snickers. 'Cause it's
nice.
got all those elements.
I have one that King packs where it's the 2 little ones in one pack. And I stuck it in my freezer because with it being hot here. And my son saw it the other day. I said, just take it. Go ahead and take it. Because I ain't gonna get it.
A good 20 plus years ago, I was lucky. I worked for an airline, so I got to travel to the USA all the time, go overseas. And back when Australia really wasn't importing a lot of American things, and I used to bring back Reese's peanut butter cups because you couldn't get Reese's stuff over here. And man, that was super popular. I was actually, it sounds bad, but I was profiting. I used to buy extra.
You were smuggling chocolate.
I was just going to say that. I promise. There was times where customs would check my suitcases. I'd have, say, 2 suitcases. They'd open the suitcase, and it was like these orange bags of Reese's peanut butter cups, just like dozens of them. And then I'd bring them back to people for work and sell them, I don't know, like say $5 a bag each or whatever. And it was great.
Goodness.
Yeah, those were the days. But yeah, good old Reese's peanut butter cups. Oh man, they're sensational.
See, as I said, I eat chocolate purely for what it contains, not for the brown stuff on the outside. Reese's peanut butter cup. Yeah. I actually have a version of that I'm gonna do as a video.
Oh, good.
Yum.
Nice.
Yum.
See, this time of year, I hate this time of year, especially when I'm trying to not eat as much sweets as I do. And I've cut back on a lot of sweets that I eat. My stress food is candy when I stress out.
Yep.
So I've cut back dramatically on how much candy and sweets I eat. And this time of year is the worst time to even do that because you got Halloween candy, and after that you got Christmas candy, and then Valentine's candy, and then Easter candy. All the good stuff.
Yep.
Yeah. So I have to space when I get things. I make sure if I get bags of stuff, I put stuff aside and I stretch it out for a long while. But also, my kids get the majority of it.
Yep.
Oh, baby, Reese's. Don't like Reese's.
Oh, baby, what is going on? First it was white chocolate, now it's Reese's.
You're gonna absolutely hate the recipe I put out. I can guarantee you. As I said, it's a play on it, but it's playing to the flavors I like.
Mm.
Apple
Well,
Tree,
I can see
Ferrero
what
Rocher,
you mean.
yes. That's a bad addiction. It's where my 20-year-old is addicted to them. Which doesn't help me.
Yeah, I have a hard time staying away from sugar, so I try not to keep it in the house. Then I make really good desserts too, so it's hard. I usually freeze half of it and
Has
save it.
anyone ever tried the Snicker apple salad? I have never even heard of it.
The what?
The Snicker apple salad.
I've not heard of
Okay,
that.
elders, you gotta explain what is that? Snickers cut up with apples put in a salad?
Ah,
Okay.
yeah, you're the only one who's heard of this thing.
No, I'm just guessing. I never heard of it, but it's
No, Elders Homestead's the only one
yeah.
that's heard of it. Everyone, even the other Americans, are going, what?
Yeah, no.
Yeah, come on, elders. I want to know what this is. You've got me intrigued.
Yeah, I mean, come on. Tell us about it.
Emma, I have to say there is a bunch of Mexican candy thanks to very good friends of ours. They're Mexican. Very good. My son, I can't remember the name of it, but it comes in these little itty bitty bottles. It's like it's the Mexican version of Danimals, the yogurt drinks. But my son found out recently how not to drink a bunch of those because he found out that
Yeah,
they
I
have
bet.
probiotics in there and the side effects it can do on him.
Now, Bibby, you know I'm not going to walk past that. We know you're not a sweet person, but we love you anyway.
Oh, yes, you are, baby. We love you.
Oh, elders. I
She was
think you might
talking
have-
about flavors, but hey, if she's going to set it up like that, I'm not walking away from it.
I'm not going to go there. I know better.
Darren, I think elders might have tried to put a link.
Elders, you can't actually put up a link.
Hold on. Let me look for it.
Yeah, I really want to know what this is. I'm really intrigued.
Let's try this.
Snickers caramel apple salad. Candy bar apple salad.
Elders, you have temporary mod ability. So you can post your link now. And then Paula done it anyway. You're no longer a moderator.
Wow, it's got some good reviews.
I've got so many extra links open tonight. Not channel links because I'm subscribed to everyone.
Thanks, Paula,
Oh,
for the
what?
link.
I
And
might have to
sorry.
try that.
Yeah, thanks, elders. I'm definitely going to look into that.
Yeah,
That sounds really cool.
because I've got to make some of my homemade caramel sauce soon. So I might have to try that.
Candy bar, apple salad, milk. But no, I'm sorry. I'm not going to try that one.
I might.
One of my
don't know.
kids makes an awesome snack. A lot of people aren't going to know what this is, but for the Aussies, you know the Chiquito bar, chocolate bar, Chiquito. One of my kids has the Walking Dead cookbook, and there's like a candy bar thing in there that they make, and it is to die for. I think it's probably the best candy bar type thing above anything I can buy in shops. Thanks to the
Hello,
Walking Dead.
CG.
And I can't think of the name of it, of course, because I'm live.
Paula, it's not because I'm a snob. I have said again and again that I'm not a chocolate fan. Mixing chocolate with vanilla pudding with apples, yeah, no.
It might actually be good. That's why I'm
No.
willing to try.
I'd rather just have my vanilla pudding, or I'd rather just have apples.
I'll try it.
You can try it by all means, but yeah, no.
Apple Tree Urban Homestead. I have a PO box. You can send it to if you want to. I can't remember. PO box. Hey, Tammy.
G'day, Tammy.
Hello.
Here we go. Someone's come to argue in favor of Snickers apple salad.
It's good. What's not? It's
apple
Snickers,
salad's
whipped
good.
cream and apples. What is not to like in that
I
combination?
know.
Wow.
Yeah, chocolate.
And apples. You can't
Yeah.
beat that.
Yeah,
I'm-
it's good.
That's why I'm going to try because I love all that stuff. Chocolate, apples, vanilla
And-
pudding.
G'day, CG. Welcome to the chat,
Hi,
mate. I know you've been in for a bit, but I'm slow.
G'day, Citizen Guardian.
I didn't know he was here, and then I saw Steve put up his link. I was like, is he here? Because I was Googling.
And
Oh, Matthew. Sorry. Matthew just mentioned polywaffles. I miss them so much.
What are
you can still get polywaffles.
What are
Oh,
they?
but they're not. They got discontinued, but I believe someone is now bringing them back.
They've redone them. They are back. Polywaffle is, yeah, it's a wafer biscuit with marshmallow and then chocolate over the top of that.
Ooh, that sounds good.
It looks like something out of Caddyshack.
Okay.
That's my childhood. Polywaffles. Oh man, going to the school canteen and getting a polywaffle.
I'm pretty sure Coles has a polywaffle. I'm sure I saw them recently.
Okay.
I mean,
Or I might be crazy. Well, I'm definitely
What
crazy.
is that?
pumpkin bread.
Oh.
Ooh.
I was looking at my recipe for banana bread up on my cabinet door, and I was like, oh, I gotta do that again. I gotta make my apple cinnamon loaf, too.
This is
Emma, you've seen polywaffles there? Wow.
Yes, that is exactly the spelling. As I said, it looks like that pool scene from Caddyshack.
Oh, the wagon wheel.
Yeah, I think Wagon Wheel changed its flavour over the years. And Tammy drops, she's in a bad internet area.
Isn't she over in Texas?
Her new place is out in the boondocks.
Okay. No, because part of Texas is gonna get hit from that storm. That's why I'm wondering.
Yeah.
I'm not exactly sure whereabouts she is.
Okay. Because they're saying that hurricane could be a strong category 4 by the time it hits land. So,
Now, see, if you want to tempt me on something sweet and lovely, a taro bun.
see, I've never
Abs-
had taro, and I've never seen it over here.
Really? Really?
Yeah.
I never heard of it until talking to Darren.
Taro bun. It's you're always welcome back in, Tammy. And I've lost my link.
Where do you get them in Melbourne? That's not something that you go down the road
Taro
and
buns?
just grab. Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Where at?
Bread top.
Oh, see, I'm up in the sticks.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're out in the country.
I've not seen them.
Yes. We have. I live right near Springvale, which is a huge Chinese community.
Yep. Okay.
For those who don't know, it's a massive Chinese community. So Chinese milk bread is very, very popular.
Oh wow.
So yeah, taro buns, the bomb.
Yeah, there's recipes for it online too.
Hmm.
On YouTube. I thought about doing it.
Yeah, I love living in the country, but sometimes there's things that you miss. That's for sure.
Hey, Tammy, back again.
I tried
Welcome
to see
back.
the chat, and when I did that, I lost everything. I couldn't see
It
anything.
did the
that's
same
Sorry.
thing to me.
Now, I let Laura into the group today, even though she was naughty and didn't have everything done right. Because
Laura,
I mod Tammy's group on Facebook, I mod Paula's group on Facebook, and I've just added small YouTubers to my modding on Facebook.
Wow.
When do you
I'm a
sleep?
popular.
Oh, right before the videos.
Yeah. I generally sleep when I'm supposed to be live.
Mm-hmm.
So
Then I
how do I say it? I don't Facebook. Like I've got an old account that's there. Where I used it. I think Rebel Canners. I asked a question a few months ago. That was the first time I'd used Facebook for any purpose in a long time. Is it like what are the groups like these days? Are they okay? Like it was very. What I'm trying to say was Facebook was very toxic back in the day when I used it.
Oh, it's still pretty toxic.
It's still pretty
pretty
toxic. I mean, that's
Yes.
part of the modding job. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's sitting there taking out nasty comments. You know, people who can't just scroll by if they disagree with something.
No.
Yep.
Yeah.
But
So next level gardeners, it's taken out the majority of what's in there because they all tend to be Brian fans. Is taking out stuff that just shouldn't be there, like links and that sort of thing. Rebel canners, it tends to be a lot of disagreement over canning methods, and people just can't say that's different than what I do, and walk away. They've got to argue with them.
Yeah.
People are just
And
so
small
angry
YouTubers, I'm
lately.
hoping that there's not going to be a lot of modding in there.
Yeah,
It's
because
like-
I'm. No,
Go
sorry,
on.
Terry. I was just going
It's
to
like
say.
my neighbor. Go ahead. Go ahead, Daz. I'll wait.
Okay, I was just going to say that I was considering joining some groups where, like, there's familiar people like you guys that I know, but just with my mental health and everything, I don't want to get into crap on Facebook.
Small
You know what I mean?
YouTubers, mate, is something that I recommend to you.
Yeah.
That's something that helps with learning YouTube.
Yep.
Very good for that. People jump in there thinking that they're going to get a bunch of subs. It's not about that.
No.
Yep.
It's not a sub for sub group. It's about helping other people develop. Another one is Homesteaders of YouTube.
Yeah.
What was the other one? I missed it.
Thanks,
Small
Paula.
YouTubers.
Thanks, Bomber.
4 YouTubers?
Small
small.
YouTubers.
Oh, small YouTubers.
So you've got to be ideally you're supposed to be under 1,500 to get in there. That's the group sharing managers. Um, so that is
Okay.
a fantastic
Thanks,
one.
Emma.
Next Level Gardeners is a fantastic one. Rebel Canners is a fantastic one, but just allow the mods to do their job rather than starting a fight for
Yeah.
yourself.
Yeah.
Because
Because that's what I find the worst is when someone disagrees and then people start piling in. And it's like,
Yeah.
just type admin and we'll find it.
Okay.
Yeah. It's like a few years ago when I joined Rebel Canners, that group was still really small. I joined that group when, God, it had a few hundred people in there. And my first pressure canner came from another group member in there back in 2017 because I was asking all kinds of canning questions. And I told him this is what was going on. My husband's sick, he's going to pass away. I need to learn how to can and this and that. And a woman messaged me, said she's got a canner that it was her grandmother's, then her aunt's, her mom's, and then hers, and she wanted to pass it on to someone else. And I'm still using it.
Okay.
That is
So
so
great.
amazing. I love hearing stories like that.
Mhm.
I wanted to cap the group at 300 people. I thought 300 would be nice. It'd be manageable. We could just all talk with each other and have a good time, and we wouldn't have all the drama. And now it's like 98,000 because they all
Yeah,
voted
it
no.
has
They wouldn't make
Wow.
exploded in the last and there's maybe a couple thousand a few years ago, and it has exploded in the last few years. And back then there wasn't drama. You had if someone had a question, you had so many people giving their tips, their thoughts, and if I had people tell me, "Oh, you can't can this, you can't can this for a first time," and I did all that. My first time pressure canning, I did carrots, green beans, and collard greens all in one night, and I was messaging people from the group in the middle of the night, asking all kinds of questions, and it was awesome. That's how I got into doing the pressure canning between that group and a couple other groups. And I was in one group that I had a mod. One of the mods messaged me, "Oh, you can't be asking questions like that." I said, "You have this group so people can learn and ask questions, but you don't want me asking those questions." She goes, "No, we don't." And I told her, I said, "Okay, bye." I put my message in the group. It was not a nice one. It was very not nice. And I left the group.
Yeah.
See, with Rebel Canners, we've got to moderate that a lot more because it tends to get to that argumentative stage, and you've got to be careful what posts you put up as a moderator because some will just you just know as soon as that post goes up, it's going to lead to battling.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
There's just
Yeah, I shunned. No, sorry, I was just going to quickly say I shunned social media a few years ago. I don't use it at all, and in the last couple of months, some YouTubers got me to go on Instagram, and I started doing that. And I've been I was reluctant to do YouTube at the start, but then I found this community was just overwhelmingly positive and really good, and I've totally embraced that, and I'm now so glad I've done it. So
Right.
I'm wary of Facebook, but every now and then I'll see some of you talk about a group that you're in or whatever, and I'm sort of thinking if the group's made up of people from this YouTube family, it can't be that bad. So
Yeah.
yeah.
I started my YouTube channel because I felt like I was saying the same thing over and over again on my Facebook group.
Right.
And so I started the YouTube channel so I could just, here's a link, there's a video, go watch me say it again.
Right.
Yeah.
And again, you can watch it while we're doing it. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's like a lot of these other YouTube channels, like Lisa Sutton from Sutton's Days. Yeah, they'll say in their videos it's not USDA approved, but you can can it. And I've canned. I was in a group where I had people yelling at me, and messaging me and cussing me out because I showed a picture that I canned corned beef brisket.
It's meat.
And it's meat, okay? It's salted meat. My kids love it canned. And in 2018, we had 2 hurricanes come through back to back. And not being dealing with tropical storms and hurricanes up in New Jersey, yeah, I wanted to have that food prepared. I canned up meat. I did the beef brisket. I did chicken. I did some fish. No, I didn't do fish. I was going to. I did beef stew and some other stuff. So this way, if we lost power, I could have it. I had a camp stove with some propane. I could heat it up. And so when we didn't lose power, that was our meal that night. The corned beef brisket, some potatoes, and carrots. And my son goes, "Mom, you need to do this again. This is good like this."
Well, and the thing is, like, you can buy corned beef in a tin.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
You
but I
know,
like buying the brisket itself.
yeah,
But
I
there
I
are-
understand that, but you can buy corned beef in a tin. You can buy stew in a tin, and you can do all of those things. What are they doing at the factory that you can't do at home?
Exactly.
And the
Yeah,
big one is
anytime there's something that you can only do at a factory, someone will find a way to do it at home.
Exactly.
Look at Harvest Right. They're the only ones who do the freeze dryers.
Yeah.
Make a fortune from it. Go on, Tabby.
Yeah.
I talked to somebody from a famous pumpkin canning company that makes the #1 brand of pumpkins sold in the United States.
Mm-hmm.
And they sell pureed pumpkin in the cans, and everybody eats it at Thanksgiving here. Everybody they buy that brand. There was a shortage a couple years back, and oh my goodness, everybody was dying.
People were freaking out.
And I asked them, "What is the temperature that the factory you work in cans it at?" Same temperature. Well, how do they do this differently that you can can puree commercially, but we can't can it at home? And she said, not a darn thing is different other than you're using glass jars and we're using tin cans.
Yeah.
Yep.
But the powers that be with the alphabet soup say it's not USDA approved because they haven't tested it.
Right.
Well, I don't need them to test everything for me. I'm a big girl.
Right.
It's
I cubed my pumpkin, but I have a bunch of frozen puree that I've made up from growing pumpkins in the freezer. And
Hi, Justin.
yeah, I didn't know you could can it. So
G'day, Dustin. Welcome in, man.
Can that at?
I like to make pumpkin butter.
Oh,
with this.
okay.
That's what I was just gonna say. My neighbor does pumpkin butter all the time. She does pumpkin butter, apple butter. She makes all kinds of butters and jellies, and she doesn't can it. She'll put it in a jar and turn it over in the big bowl of boiling water that she's boiled up, and that's how she does it.
An old fashioned.
She water baths it.
No, not water bathing.
She has a
boiling
wooden
cauldron.
bowl. She has a wooden bowl. She boils water, puts the water in, puts everything in the jars, put the lids and rings on, and turns it upside down.
I've heard
that's called open kettle, where you put boiling food into sanitized jars and let it seal. There are some things that you can open kettle, and it's a very traditional thing.
All she does is eggs, jams, jellies, and butters. That's all she does.
Things with a high sugar content can be open kettled like that.
Okay.
Yeah, the sugar will cure it.
Sugar is a preservative.
Okay.
Yeah, it amazes me that so many people in the American, like in Rebel Canners, whenever they do jam, they turn it upside down. It's like, why are you turning it upside down? I don't understand the concept of turning it upside down.
They want to they're using the boiling food to sanitize their lid.
Yeah.
Okay, that's why they're doing it. That's why I'd sanitize the lid before I do it.
Exactly. But it's just, that was the old time method before people, knew how to do things differently.
And a lot of people nowadays wouldn't understand that was the old time method, and it was because the lid wasn't sanitized, so they just still do it.
Yeah.
There's a woman on YouTube. She's an Italian woman over in Italy. She shows making tomato sauce, and She doesn't water bath it. She puts it in a jar, turns it upside down, puts it on a table, and puts a blanket over it. A huge blanket. And that's how they did it.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay. And I've done that a couple times. I've tried it here and they've sealed fine. And no problems.
The only thing with that method is that it doesn't kill. You're never ever. I think in America we think we've totally sanitized the food so that there's absolutely not a single germ, bacteria, living protozoa, anything in it. You're really, when you can the food, you're really just getting those levels way down so they don't grow way back.
To a safe level,
real fast. So the thing with open kettle method is it's really only designed to last you halfway to the next harvest. It's really designed to last you 6 months before it starts, it can pop and seal.
It will last longer. Look,
It
I've
will.
opened kettle jams
Yep.
all the time and used them 5 years later. Not a problem.
Yes, it will. I'm just saying that's what the process was designed to do.
Yeah.
So you'll get even longer out of other methods.
As with any canning, of course, when you open it, make sure you still got a seal.
Yeah.
And have a sniff, have a taste. If it doesn't taste right, if it doesn't smell right,
don't eat it.
Don't eat it.
But certain things you should boil before you taste.
Good night, apple tree.
Bye, Nat.
Bye, Nat.
I can't see the chat. Every time I go to see the chat, guys, it's takes me out of the.
That's okay.
It did the same thing to me, Laura.
Oh, okay. Are you on a tablet too?
No, I'm on my iPhone 12.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you
can fancy.
On the phone.
A 12.
A 12.
That's because one of them.
My kid broke my iPhone 7.
No. So you were due.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bomber, we're a lot different down here because we never had that pressure canning come in. For us to buy a pressure canner, Daz, how much did yours cost, man? I know you're the one who has one.
Man, I think it was about $280 delivered with a 6-month waiting list.
That's
$280. That's cheap.
Yeah.
That's cheap.
Yeah.
Some of the ones
it
I
was
see like $500-$600.
Yeah, and that obviously that included shipping, so I jumped on it.
Do you have?
It's a Presto. I think actually I've got the box here. 23 quart Presto, and it's got this batch has got a special base where you can use them on induction cookers.
Mm-hmm. So
to save power, I use my induction cooker plugged into the electricity because I've got solar.
Yeah.
So so I can save money while I pressure can, which is great.
Nice.
That is
Yeah,
cool.
so it was a long waiting list, but it was worth it. It was something that I really wanted, and thankfully my Minister of Finances here approved. So
yeah, I'm surprised you got one that cheap. Any I've looked at, it's sort of $1,000.
yeah, as soon as I saw it, I jumped on it, and they were sold out straight away. And yeah, like I said, there was a massive waiting list, but it was worth it. So yeah, pretty happy. And I've canned meat in it and stuff, and it's been great. Yeah,
I've paid it $160 for my Presto,
I think I was close to that price for mine.
but that was a long time ago. So
They're running about $79 US right now for a 23 quart Presto. But if you want the induction feature that he got, it's more like 150 US dollars.
Yep. Yeah, so that's about the price Daz is talking about without the shipping.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if mine can do induction or not.
And the funny thing is, sometimes we can buy stuff and ship it cheaper from America than we can buy it here.
that's crazy.
yeah, that was like when you did the sheath. Remember, you were talking about the little
Yeah, the rivets. I got these rivets here. That's not the rivets, but hey. But I got them for 13 cents American. And at the moment, they're costing me 70 cents here in Australia.
Wow.
So, the price difference just in one packet of 100, I save money in shipping them.
Yeah.
And he got it quick too.
Oh, yeah. They were here in like 5 days.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
I was like, what?
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that quickly. But they came by FedEx and they were here in 5 days.
I was looking. You're talking about the Harvest Right freeze dryers before.
Yep.
And I was looking at a local seller, and in the US, like the base models around, I think about 2,200 US, and over here, an Australian seller that imports them is asking about 7,000 Australian dollars for the same model.
Wow.
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 Yeah.
I just priced one at the Amish grocery. It's not, I don't believe, a Harvest Right brand, but it's a freeze dryer. Ugh, I can't talk. $1,500,
Oh, wow.
and it's in store. I can pick it up.
That's a game changer.
But
if
I think
someone's
it's a
coming out
different
with,
brand. I don't know. But
because
that's directly from the Amish grocery.
it
I'll
was
send you
only
my
Harvest
address
Right that
and-
had them.
Yeah.
I
I've never
didn't
seen
look
it.
at the brand. I just saw that they had a sale and that they had it. I did not have that much money, so it wasn't worth looking any closer.
Right.
But that was in the spring at the
Oh.
Amish grocery.
Have you ever seen one of those double wide water bath cans at the Amish?
Hmm. Yeah, I'm lucky. I live next to a huge colony of Amish,
Nice.
and they have a giant hardware store that sells everything. So
Right. When we moved to Tennessee, there's a community like that. So we'll have to check their stores out.
Lehman's carries them too in Ohio.
Yeah.
You can order them on the catalog,
I'm in Oregon though, so
Well, there you go, Jennifer.
but they ship.
You can go to Lehman's.
yep.
Lehman's don't ship out of America.
Well, they ship to Oregon. Oregon.
That's not out of America.
It should be.
Yeah.
I'd have
I'd
to
love
hit
a
the
freeze
lottery
dry
and go
out
shop
there.
at Lehman's because I would not leave with a little bit of stuff.
I know.
Like even
Lehman's
Sherry
up
gets the
for
recipe
you
books
and
occasionally.
Courtney to Lehman's.
Yeah.
Sherry gets the recipe books occasionally for giveaways, and Lehman's has a policy that it's not allowed to leave America.
Wow.
So
Wow.
she can't give them away out of America.
Oh, I did not know that. Wow.
Huh.
So,
That's not good.
even if I wanted to pay the postage, I can't win it because I'm outside of America.
Right.
Well, I'm planning a trip to go to Lehman's here in the next couple of months, so I'll have to maybe pick up one of those books.
But yeah, you can cross ship them or that sort of thing. But their policy, if you're doing a giveaway, is you cannot give it outside of America.
That's
Okay.
weird.
I might have to
But
order.
and
a
they give her the
Wow.
books for free to give away, so
Yeah.
you're not going to argue with them.
They get to make the rules.
They get to make the rules.
Well, I have a couple packages going over to Australia soon, so I might have to order a book and send one over.
Have a package going to Australia? Do tell. I haven't heard anything about this.
Well, I have a card going to Bibby. I have
You
some.
have a card going to Bibby, but you just said a couple of packets.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Awkward.
Yeah. Someone just put their foot in their mouth, and
Oh,
it's turning really red.
I didn't
Secret.
say what it was. I didn't say what it was.
What colour's a beetroot, Terry?
It's hot in here. Hot flashes.
Well, if you can send over a couple of freeze dryers as well, that'd be good.
Yeah. Yeah, those
I wanna-
$1,500 ones. I would be snapping that up.
Oh yeah.
Just
I
don't
would
have
love
the
to have a
money.
freeze dryer. I would love to have a freeze dryer.
Yeah,
I
I'm-
almost got one when the stimulus money came out the first time. I was like, nah, I'll wait. I'll wait. It'll happen eventually. I'll just wait because I just don't have the room right now.
G'day, Roy.
Hi, Roy.
But yeah,
Roy.
that's certainly one thing when we, you know, when I can finally get over there and we can finally start setting stuff up, I'll be getting the
Yeah.
freeze dryer.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah,
That's
it's a must do.
Mm.
Yeah, you can save those things that are really hard to save otherwise. It's all good, Emma, but thank you anyway.
So, Des, what is your next cooking video gonna be?
Daz or Darren?
Daz, sorry. Darren,
I'm just trying to think. I've got some stuff sitting. Oh man. Oh, this being live and trying to think is just not working.
yeah.
It's
Far
all good,
out.
brother.
Well, it's your bedtime.
Man. No, I've really gone blank. I can't process. I think I've got a stir fry.
Oh, yeah.
I've got a stir fry coming. Yeah.
Cool.
I've got to do the basil money.
The basil what?
It's a filled pastry.
Oh, okay.
Oh, awesome.
Daz's wife done one that was similar. Hey, Milron Forge, how you doing?
Christina says you're going into home next year.
That's why I'm trying to escape the country to get away from the child. No, she had left and now she's come back.
Funny, Darren.
You think I'm joking?
Ooh.
There's a
She tells
reason
him
why
all the
my
time
child
he's
is
going
not getting
home.
power of attorney
Oh.
because
tells
she
him all
will
the
put me in a
time.
home.
She's going to put him in a home next year.
Mm-hmm. She thinks because at 50 I'm old enough to move into a retirement home, then I need to be in a
you're not.
retirement home.
50 ain't old.
Well, 50 is the qualifying age for a retirement home.
There.
You have to be 50 to move into a retirement home or a retirement village.
Huh.
Neither one of you is good for power of attorney. I would not trust you.
My
Children.
kids, none of my kids have my medical power of attorney either.
No, I'm talking about financial power of attorney.
No.
She's my next of kin whenever I go for an operation or a medical procedure or something like that. But there is no way known she's getting a financial power of attorney.
Wow.
Because she will put me in a home because she'll think it's funny.
Well, that's not funny.
I can say this.
I'm 52, so I get
Christina is just like her father. She is exactly like her father through and through. And I love it. Hearing them go back and forth all the time. I love it.
Or does she have a channel too?
No, she occasionally comes onto mine.
Oh, okay.
But Terry and I are often talking, and Christina will walk in, and yeah, it's that backwards and forwards.
My favorite video that Christina is in is one where they're building a desk for her. That is my favorite video, and I love it.
And you've heard some of the outtakes of videos.
I get outtakes for videos when she's not doing a video for you.
Trying a video with Tina is, oh my, she forgets that you actually need to get enough footage to have a video.
Oh, I see.
Oh, Bibby, poor agent.
Yeah. Less said there, the better, probably. All right, Bomber.
Bye, Bomber.
Bye, Bomber.
Make sure you put your mask on so Julianne can actually get some sleep. Hey, buddy. Hi.
Don't bury yourself, Bomber. On the cement mixer tomorrow. Oh, that's a bad thought.
What kind of dog is that, Darren?
He is a coolie.
That is Bobby.
He's
Never
Bobby.
heard of that breed.
That is Bobby.
He's an Australian breed. He's a
Oh, okay.
cattle and sheep dog.
Okay.
As you can see, he's really not an indoor dog. Doesn't get any love.
Yeah, I'm sitting here with this.
Will not.
beast.
He will not look at the phone when I'm calling. He will turn his head the other way when I'm calling him, try to get him to look at the camera. He won't. He'll sneak his head to the side and look, and then turn around and put his ears down. He doesn't want that attention through the phone.
Oh, poor Bomber. Everyone's picking on you, my friend.
Bomber, when we stop picking on you, you better worry.
Yeah, like certain children pick on their
Oh.
parents.
Mm-hmm.
Your favorite in the house is the dog.
So, Rebel Canner, what's your name again?
Tammy,
Canning. Okay. When did you start canning?
when did I start canning?
Mm-hmm.
It's one of my earliest memories of canning with my mom.
Oh, nice.
About 50 years ago.
Cool.
And we would can. My dad would fish for salmon,
Mm-hmm.
and my mom and I would can it in our pickup camper
Nice.
as fast as we could. He could bring it in. We would can it because, you know, there's a limit of only 6 a day or 10 a day or whatever at that point there was. But
Mhm.
there was no limit on how many you could have canned in your pantry.
Oh.
So I think my earliest memory was poaching fish with my parents, but we ate every bit of that canned salmon. It never
That's
went to waste.
awesome. A lot of work. Did you guys have to take the bones out into?
No, the beauty of canned salmon is you put a teaspoon of vinegar in there and the bones dissolve in the jar. So you
Oh.
don't
wow.
have to debone salmon. You just have to
Wow.
gut it and chop it and put it in there. My mom skinned it. She didn't like the skin on, but you can even leave the skin on.
Yeah.
And all of those small fine bones will dissolve in the canner.
Huh.
Huh.
I get salmon a
Wow.
lot from my neighbor, and we don't always get to it right away. Maybe I could can some of that. That's great.
Oh, I love canned salmon. There is nothing. My ex significant other, his family moved back from Alaska. They've been stationed up there in the service, and they brought
Right.
back a jar of food. And I actually wrestled my 18-year-old nephew to the ground and ate a pint of his canned salmon that he brought out and was eating it in front of me.
Oh, how
Oh, that's
dare you.
mean.
Yeah, I will definitely arm wrestle you to the ground for a can of canned salmon. I love home canned salmon.
Right. I have home
Mm.
canned tuna out there.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's good.
being so far inland, we don't have access to that kind of fresh fish.
Right. Yeah.
And I define fresh fish if the heart is still beating in the bait pile and the
Oh,
gut
okay.
pile. That's fresh fish. If
Mhm.
that's it, I don't eat fish that is not that fresh unless I've canned it fresh.
Right. That's
Paula, Jen's after the one from the Lehman's catalog because it was an off-brand.
no. I can a lot. I just don't show it on YouTube all the time.
Now, Tammy, I know you can't see chat. Jen
have
was
a bunch of
asking,
pairs
nothing comes up
coming
on the Lehman site for freeze dryers. Is it catalog only?
Yeah, I don't know if Lehman sells freeze dryers. They sell the canners that Laura was talking about, that the Amish canners. That's what
Yep.
I said Lehman would ship.
Oh, okay. And G'day to Beshy's Bees. G'day, mate.
G'day, Beshy's Bees.
The 1870s lady doesn't seem to use her. She bought one of those big ones and doesn't use it.
Really?
Yeah.
You really have to be doing a lot of at one time.
Yeah.
And
I'll
I'm
be
at
right
the
back.
point now, I just have the 2 boys at home. I'm doing small batch, what I call a small batch.
Right.
You know.
Right. Yeah, I don't have a big growing space here. So I do smaller batches. Plus, it's just me and my husband and my stepson. So we don't need to. But I do a lot of succession sowing in my garden, so
Yes.
I do the smaller batches for that too.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, and the other thing is, and this is one that's been a hot topic debate on Rebel Canners lately, is freezing your tomatoes. Some people freeze them to pull the skin off. Some people blanch them to pull the skin off. And, of course, there's discussions about which is the best way. I freeze them as I harvest them. Just for the simple fact is then I don't need to worry about getting enough to make a set of sauce or anything like that.
that's what I do.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and who cares whether, I mean, if I had a bunch ready to go all at once, I would do it the other way probably, just blanch them. But I have blanched a bunch of tomatoes. I got tons canned out there that I think I'm going to use this year, just my canned tomatoes to make sauce. So,
Yep.
and then I'll can my other ones on the shelf. So,
Yeah, I was saying to Tammy in the chat earlier that I've sown Amish paste seeds for the first time, and I can't wait. I actually watched one of her videos earlier this year. I think it was maybe the top 10 tomatoes. Was that the video? Yeah,
Yes.
and Tammy was saying Amish paste, and I'm like, oh, I've not known these, and I've got them in the ground, and I can't wait. I'm absolutely dying to can them. So yeah.
I want to do them next year.
They're just so meaty. You don't have a lot of the water to boil off, so it takes so much less time to process
Right.
them into sauce.
A lot of less.
Yeah, well, and that's why I've got the two that I've got. And the Ram's Horn it's trying a new one, but it's also a great one for canning because it's not full of fluid. And the Big Pear one, if it's the same as the one I grew last year, then again, it's very, very meaty and not a lot of water in it.
That's awesome.
All right, Paula, thanks for stopping by.
Bye, Paula.
Bye, Paula. Thanks very much for the links and stuff too. Really do appreciate it. Thanks.
This year I only grew like 4 different varieties, and I won't do that again. I want more variety next year, but I want to grow like a big section of Amish paste. So
Yeah, and I grew a lot of varieties last year to see what's working best because mine's a first year garden, or it was last year. This time it's the second year garden, so it's going to have a bit more oomph to it.
yeah,
But it was seeing what grew well, and Amish paste, which is one of my favorite tomatoes, didn't grow too well. San Lorenzo's done fantastically. But yeah, Amish paste just did not work too well.
do you start yours from seed?
Yep.
Yeah.
Where I can, I start everything from seed. If we're getting into the heat of summer, then I'll buy a couple of plants just to fill it.
Yeah.
Because otherwise it just gets too hard to fill in. Once we get summer, and it's hot. Except for last year, it was cold.
Right. I think a game changer on my tomatoes, they tend to get really lanky, like really long and skinny, but I put a fan on them, and that really hardens, makes those stems nice and strong and woody, and
the other thing you can do if they get leggy when they're inside is plant them deep.
yeah. Oh, I do that too. Yeah.
Laura, what were the ones that you had? You had to get up on the ladder you had them so high.
Oh, that's all my different varieties. That Kellogg's tomato, one's a Cherokee purple. Um, that's just because how I prune it, and they're um, indeterminate plants. So, and indeterminates will keep on growing until you lop their head off. So, which I need.
I really want to try the Kellogg's because it was developed right here in Michigan, about 2 hours south of me.
Oh,
So I
nice.
really think it would grow well here in this area. It should be set
Right.
up in this area.
It's a pretty meaty tomato as well. It's pretty. Actually,
Hey, Harvey.
I have a couple of them here, and then this big one is a Kellogg's too. Oh. You guys see that?
Yep.
Big one. They're just you cut into them, and there's like that Amish paste. There's hardly any seeds and stuff.
Amish paste tomatoes are good.
I've just never grew them, but knowing the name, I'm like, oh, I wonder if that's from here. So I researched it, and Kellogg's is, of course, Kellogg's cereal was manufactured here. Mr. Kellogg, him and his brother lived here, and that's right here in Battle Creek, Michigan, just a couple hours south of me.
Right. That's cool. Yeah, I would try it out there. Yeah, I'm not impressed with the Cherokee purple.
I grew that one last year. I didn't like the taste of it.
Yeah.
They didn't even grow here. I never got a tomato on mine. I did it last year. Never got a tomato off of them.
I've got them coming out of my ears, and when they're vine ripened, they're really good, but they just, I don't know. I just don't care for them that much. So we'll see.
Good day, Harvey Black.
Bye, Harvey. So yeah, we'll see what we grow next year. It'll probably be a bigger variety. So.
Yeah, I'm actually looking to downsize my varieties this year.
Oh yeah. What
And
are you
just
growing?
concentrate a bit more.
Yep.
But of course, the problem is when you grow less varieties, if something's not working for that season,
Yeah.
you got more chance of failures.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm only doing Amish paste and moneymakers this season, so yeah, fingers crossed.
Amish pastes are great when they work. You might be a bit better being warmer up there.
Yeah.
But yeah, last year with that cold wet summer that we had, I really suffered with Amish paste.
Yep.
So
Yeah, the weather's just weird everywhere.
yeah, it tends to come in cycles for us. We get El Nino.
Yeah, we do too.
And with that Pacific current, we get either the cool wet during summer, or else we get dry and hot.
Yeah.
When it's dry and hot, it's hard. When it's cool and wet, it's hard.
I think the best example of that was, as Darren just said, we had a really cool, wet summer last year, but then the year before, we're on the international news for Australia burning.
Yeah.
It was so different. The 2 years, it was just incredible.
And of course, when we're burning, it's climate change.
Yeah.
Even though it's been happening for how many thousand years here in Australia?
Oh, I know. I'm on the same page there.
Are you allowed to say that on your channel? Or are you allowed to say that on YouTube?
Yeah, you're allowed to say that.
The no list is getting long, isn't it?
They're getting very picky of what people can say and talk about. Very picky.
Yeah.
And with anything, provide me some proof.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you want to give an argument, provide me with some proof.
Yep.
Well,
Yeah. Like I've looked at I've gotten a Facebook discussions with people
Mm-hmm.
about the climate change one, and they've referenced the NASA site on climate change, and you look at that, and the climate change has changed 2 degrees Fahrenheit, 1 degree Celsius.
Yeah, it's not that much of a change.
But they've also changed how they measure that. So is that variation due to some cosmic change, or is it due to the fact that you've changed your measurement factors?
Yeah.
That's all I'm going to say.
And we go through global warming and cooling trends, and we know that. We've had ice ages. We've
Yeah.
also had hot times. So, yeah. And like we had Greta up on the news when Australia was burning, saying that it's climate change and that sort of thing. And like my wonderful daughter just said, people going around lighting fires.
Yeah.
There's nothing climate change about people going out there with a bunch of matches in the bush.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
true.
that's what happens here in the Oregon, Washington area, is that we've found that people are actually lighting fires,
Yeah.
and they belong to certain groups. I won't go any further than that because those are the big words that they're not really
Yeah.
allowed.
Look, I used to be a volunteer firefighter back many years ago. And it was known that sometimes the people who would light the fires would be volunteer firefighters, especially in the places like New South Wales. They get paid to volunteer. They get paid when they turn out to a fire. And there was people up there lighting fires so they could turn out to a fire and get paid to volunteer.
That's so messed up.
It is so messed up. But, firefighting does attract firebugs.
Yeah.
Pyromaniacs like to see fire.
Yeah.
Yeah, I admit I'm a pyromaniac. I love fire. I run a forge. I just know not to go out in the bush and light a fire because that's stupid and dangerous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Years
Kill
of-
people.
A few years before I moved down here, there was a volunteer firefighter. There was a friend of mine. Around the town, a couple times around the town he volunteered with, kept getting these fires, and they thought there was a firebug going around. And the one place, come to find out, he was going around starting these fires. And a couple places had cameras, and he's like, okay, they're not gonna. He didn't think nothing of it. Well, someone that lived in a house across from this one place he set on fire had him on video coming out, and then all of a sudden that place was burning. And then he was, a little while later, his fire company was there putting it out, and he was there. Well, they talked to everyone, the cops, and showed them the video, and they arrested him on the spot.
Yeah.
And he's still sitting in jail.
Yeah, as he should be. I've seen the absolute horrid side of fires. We had a fire that I went to in a retirement home
Yeah.
for sick and elderly people.
Oh.
And it wasn't great. It's one of those things that, that later on you get an offer counselling about. So I've seen the nasty side of it. As much as I like fire and I respect fire, I know not to play with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My uncle, my dad, and a few of my family members were volunteer firefighters. And I had a friend. He come home from a fire. His house was on fire. He got everybody out. He went in to get his dad. His dad was upstairs. Got his dad out, and then the ceiling caved in. He got trapped and died.
Yeah.
And it's like he worked a 4-alarm fire all night long and come home to his house burning from an electrical fire. And he passed away. It's like, that's just so not right.
Wow.
All right,
Yeah.
let's move on to happier things.
Yes.
What are we planning for the year ahead in gardening, folks? Because that is the topic of the chat.
Oh,
what are
that's
you looking
right.
to change?
Well, for me,
Tammy, mute. Tammy, you're muted.
Oops. I muted the background because I have kids and dogs and roosters
Yeah.
crowing. I went to a plant sale yesterday and got 10 new plants for my food forest. So they're
Nice.
perennials,
Oh, nice.
not annuals. I got 3 pawpaws, a thimbleberry, a red currant, not a black currant, but a red one, a red elderberry,
Ooh.
a
Nice.
New Jersey tea tree plant. I can't remember the other ones. Oh, a sand cherry and a sand plum.
Awesome.
So
Nice. Very nice.
yes. And I'm kind of pushing the limits with the pawpaw. It's not the pawpaw like mangoes like you have, but it's the Native American,
Yep.
North American pawpaw.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I'm right at the border of where it can grow.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
So
I,
we'll see.
there's nothing wrong with experimenting as to what you can grow.
Well,
Right.
it'll either grow or it won't. And I've wasted money on worse things. So we'll
Right.
see.
That's
You
exactly
can
it.
always put it in an area
Mm.
that tends to stay warmer.
Yeah.
It's very very protected and sheltered, and I bought the property because it has the different types of area.
Mm-hmm.
I have a big open meadow, I have a swamp, and I have a woods.
Okay.
So I have basically every kind of
Yeah.
ecosystem we have right here.
Right.
Yep.
I did that on purpose. I literally bought swampland on purpose so that I could grow some of these things like pawpaw.
Hmm.
Now, Tiffany Q just asked you what state you're in, Tammy.
I'm in Michigan.
What part? The thumb or the shark or the mitt?
I am literally in the geographical center. You know, we have Michigan. We all have our little our.
Yeah, I've heard this before,
That's
and I've
why
never
I'm
actually
glad.
seen someone from Michigan.
I'm from
Talk
here,
about where
right
they're
here
at.
in the middle.
I got family over in the pit of the, right next to the pit of the thumb, in Asable, right on.
And then and like Sutton's Days is from up here, and
she's over here.
is she?
She's
I
not-
thought she was up in the like.
No, she's
by the
right
bay.
over here. She's in the same town my family's in.
Oh, and then she's close to Needy Homesteader too. Then, because she's up in that area.
North of her, yeah. But some days she works in the town my family lives in.
And then we talked about 1870s. They're down here more in the palm at the bottom.
Oh, okay.
Everyone says when they ask someone where they're from in Michigan, I had someone, we're in the fin of the shark up north.
You know, you're really from Michigan if you can do the UP as well as the bottom.
Yeah.
Funny. No,
I need to get elderberries. I don't have elderberries.
Oh, you really need to get them. Especially, you should get the black.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's
the
what I
red,
got.
the red are not quite the medicinal, and it's more of rarity. It's something that grows here. That's a rare native plant, and I just wanted it because it's a rare native plant. But I grow the black ones for my elderberry syrup and my medicinal things that you can't make those claims on YouTube, but that's my personal.
Yeah.
My elderberry plants, the berries are growing. I just gotta wait for them to finish ripening.
And ideally, Daz, you want the American elderberry, not the European one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Technically,
Because the
it's
European
the Canada one.
Well, the European one is higher in cyanides.
Okay.
So it needs to be processed to reduce that down.
Yeah, it's something that's been on my list for so long, and I keep on saying I'm going to do it, and here I am. I've been in this place 3 years, and I still don't have one in the ground yet.
They're really easy to propagate. So if you get one, you can make a lot of them.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
just buy one. You don't need to buy a bunch. Buy one, and then you can
Well, that's
propagate
good to
them.
know.
Yeah. Yeah.
I had my friend Patrick from Breakaway Homesteader. of the 9 cuttings he sent me, I had 1 survive. I had it out front by my mailbox, and it didn't get more than 2 feet tall. I moved it over here next in the raised bed that I have behind my herb garden. What was it, last year? My friend Henry bought me some cuttings from Broussard Homestead. I planted a bunch of them in 1-gallon containers, and they grew. They did great. So in the fall, I put them in the raised bed over here, and this spring I was getting babies off of all of them.
Nice.
And my first year having them from Broussard Homestead, I've got berries.
CG, no, celery is the worst lettuce. Is the worst vegetable because you lose more calories eating and digesting celery than you gain from celery.
But it's so good.
No.
That's good for a guy.
Yes. Yeah. Get some tuna fish.
Because there's so much
celery.
fiber in celery.
Welcome
It's
back,
good.
Emma.
It's good for the C word.
I like eating less. I'll dip it in vinegar sometimes and eat it that way.
Celery and peanut butter.
Yes.
Yes.
I can't have
Celery and creamy Italian dressing.
I can't have peanut butter anymore. But
Oh,
no.
Yeah, Tiffany, ladies are the ones that like the 0-calorie foods. Guys, no. You'll notice the 3 ladies on the panel are going, oh, yeah, celery and. Oh, 0-calorie, but I'll just dip it in peanut butter.
Or,
well, peanut butter's good for you if you make it yourself.
yeah. I mean, I eat celery plain. I'll eat it plain, no problem. But every now and then I like to dip it in my creamy Italian dressing. It's really good. Or I'll take ranch dressing and I'll blend it up with some salsa and I'll dip it in that.
Hello.
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 Hi, Darren. That's
Howdy.
Rebecca from Rebel Canners, Darren.
Howdy. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing good, thanks.
I'm actually staying at her house, so I have electricity, so I can be here since I'm off grid now.
Yes.
That we're on a heat advisory.
Yeah, and we have a heat advisory, so I needed the air conditioning.
Oh wow.
Oh,
When
wow.
are you doing solar at your new property?
I'm at the new property. I just haven't got the solar. That is my
Okay.
next thing. I'm going to order solar. I'm living out there. I just don't have it all. I'm in the tiny house, just no solar yet.
Wow.
We were
Can't
thinking about
imagine being
putting
in
an
that heat with no air.
Amish cabin on our property and starting that way. But just to do the main infrastructure, we're looking at like $100,000 right now. So
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
4 years ago, I bought this property. It's 6 acres. It has a 16 by 20 cabin. I don't know. And then it has a 8 foot by 16 lean-to on the front. So literally, I can put my whole cabin in my garage I just left.
oh wow.
Now, I'm trying to look up a channel that I know that just done a small solar system.
Yeah, we our land's totally raw, so yeah, we're starting from the ground up. So that's why it's and all the land around us is raw too. So and then we're kind of off the main road, so just getting electricity in there is a big, huge cost. And
There is internet and electricity at the road. It's just not hooked up to this cabin, and I don't want to be on grid.
oh, okay.
I'm not going to do that. I figured out that the cost of the electric system I need for my personal needs is 2 months of what I was paying our local electric company in bill.
Oh wow.
So they're not going to get me. I'm done. I'm off the hook. I'm not going back to them.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
We'll
you
see.
are
If
a
it doesn't
rebel.
work, I'll do something different, but we're going to try it.
Yeah, we thought about it. My husband's gone back and forth on it, but we're not sure. So we'll have to watch your journey with
I
that.
would love to have solar power. I really would.
Right now, I'm running all my electric needs off a 240 Jackery battery.
Oh wow.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Post. Now, there's a solar video, and I know you can't see it, Tammy, but if you have a look later, Homestead Fresh have done a little 12-volt solar system,
Okay.
which seems to be a great little system and might work perfectly for you. It's on their shed, so they can run stuff out of their shed. So yeah, have a look at that one.
I
Morning,
will.
Tarragon.
I am
Homestead
gonna,
Fresh. They're another small channel, fantastic little channel with lots of great information, and they just haven't sort of got kicking yet.
perfect. I am gonna leave you because I have to go to the farmers market, and that's what Rebecca's like. Are you going with me or are you staying here? So the car's leaving. I better go. So
All
see
right.
you all later. Thanks for
It was-
letting me come up.
Bye.
Thank you for
Getting to
coming
know
in.
you. Bye.
Bye, Tammy.
Yeah.
You sweet.
And
Good morning,
hello,
Tarragon.
Chrissy. How you doing? They are an awesome little channel, Emma.
Yeah.
Absolutely love the guys over there. Yeah, fantastic channel.
Yeah, we would have done solar even here, but we're surrounded by tall trees that block. Well, I have
Yeah.
a hard time growing just in my backyard too because we only get partial sun. So
Yeah, I mean they're pretty shaded in there. They're actually slowing down their content creation for a little while because they've got to do some clearing. But on this little system that they've got works wonderful for their workshop, and they've done it in their workshop so that they didn't have to run power out there.
no, okay.
So I mean, for someone like Tammy, who's at the moment she's running off a battery,
Mm-hmm.
it's perfect.
Ouch.
Daz, what's your big plans for the garden this year, mate?
Trying to remember what I've sown so I could tell you about it. For the life of me, I cannot remember. I've got a heat mat and light and everything going over my shoulder in the corner with everything, and all I can think of is Amish paste. See, again,
Are you growing peppers?
There you go. Thank you. Okay,
Peppers,
here we go.
Cucumbers.
Jalapenos. I've got
I gotta go, guys.
see you, Laura.
Okay,
Bye,
see you
Laura.
later, Laura.
Bye.
Yep, so I've got some jalapenos going because I've got a bunch of chilies already, but I don't have jalapenos, and they're my favorites by far. So yeah, I've got jalapenos in the tomatoes that I've mentioned 100 times. Going blank. I did get, as I said earlier, I've got the 3 grapes that came bare rooted, the blackcurrant. I got another 2 cherry trees in for the orchard. Royal Crimson and Lappin's cherry. I've got a Stella cherry already, so they're all self-pollinating, but it's good to sort of have a few around each other. Yeah, so I'm sort of focusing on the fruit and the veggies this season, trying to bump things up a bit because I really want to increase what I dehydrate, what I can, and I'm really into making powders at the moment. Like I've got jars of lemon and lime powder and stuff like that. And one of the kids just made a cheesecake recently and used the lemon powder, and it was sensational. You'd think there was real lemons in it, fresh lemons.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I need to dehydrate some lemons. I'm thinking lemon pepper, which Naked Garden has done.
yes, that'd be
Yeah.
great.
So yeah, I'm thinking I'll dehydrate some and do the lemon pepper mix.
Don't you
Yeah.
have that
Which would
lemon
be
tree
really
out
good.
back?
What's that?
Don't you have that lemon tree out back?
Yeah, I've got the lemon tree out back, and at the moment lemons are hitting the ground. So it's like, yeah, I need to do something with them.
Yeah.
Mm.
I don't use a lot of lemon, and a good lemon tree will provide you with so many lemons that you've got to give them away.
Mm.
And at the moment, you can't give anything away because you can't leave the house.
Yeah.
I know my parents down in Melbourne have got so many lemons and limes at the moment that they've given them to neighbours, and they're at the point now where they're throwing them out because they just can't give them away. And I would love to have them.
Mm,
And we can't.
I love lemon.
Yeah, look, I like lemon, but one tree for a one-person household, it's just too much.
Yeah.
Mm.
I would love to. It's like some of the things I want to grow here, I know I can't. Because it's gotta be pretty much in a container. I have a Meyer lemon bush that's in a container, but this year it didn't flower, which I don't know why. It usually does. Last year I got a couple lemons off it, and I was hoping to get more this year, but that didn't happen. My Nanking cherry bush, Japanese beetle decimated that thing, and it died. So I have to get some more plants for that. What I want to get this fall, well, either this fall or in the spring, is some dwarf fruit trees, and I want to get some more container fruits that I can grow in containers. And
Sonny's place, if you keep them in a pot, then they tend to self-bonsai. It can weaken the lifespan of them a lot, but they'll tend to self-bonsai. My lemons, they're not very, very lemony, very bitter, but they're also the most cold tolerant of the lemons.
Mine were quite lemony. I was surprised at how much lemon flavor it had. It came out really good, so that's what I was hoping for a bunch this year. But I think I might have to do some. I gotta figure out what's going on with it.
And Beshy's Bees, I have thought about the salt preserved lemons. The problem is, am I going to use it, or am I just going to be using it to make a video and then not actually using it?
Yeah.
And I tend to think it's going to be in the latter category, so I think it's just a waste.
This is one thing I love about dehydrating and making powders, is that you can have an enormous amount of product, say lemons, and once you turn it into a powder, you've got little jars. It's fantastic. Yeah.
I mean, dehydrating, it just breaks it down so much. The topic came up in Rebel Canners about dehydrating zucchini, and the way zucchini comes down when you dehydrate it, it's amazing.
Yep.
I struggle to get a pint jar full.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just because it breaks down that much.
Yeah.
When I dehydrated all those frozen vegetables that I bought, I had over 10 pounds of frozen vegetables, and I've got it all of it in a container.
Yep.
And the container's not even full.
Yeah.
And because I've been using them, I need to dehydrate more.
Yeah. I was just going to say, I've got a vac sealer, a new one coming next week, and I've got way too many Savoy cabbages out in the garden at the moment. So once that comes, I'll be dehydrating every single cabbage and vac sealing those guys up, and can't wait.
I haven't tried dehydrating cabbage yet, so I don't know how that's going to turn out. I love cabbage.
Yeah, they go really crispy. They go well.
Do they rehydrate really well?
Yeah. It can look a bit funny. Like the ones, I've only done it a couple of times, but the ones that I rehydrated looked a bit funny, but I use it in recipes where it's combined with other stuff. So and at the end of the day, you don't really care.
Oh, I'd be using it in cabbage stew. I love cabbage stew during the cold weather.
Yep.
And so I'd be using it in that a lot.
Tiffany, Terry's lemon not producing isn't from pruning. It's still a small plant in a pot.
Yeah, it's a bush. I mean,
So-
the pot. It's probably from the pot to the top of the plant is maybe 18 inches, 20 at the most.
But yeah, her plum tree is definitely getting a prune this year,
Oh yeah.
and I'm going to look over her shoulder via camera to
Yeah.
make sure she does it right.
What sort of
My
plum is it?
I looked it up. It said common plum, so I don't know, but it went crazy growing, and instead of the branches being up, went this way.
Yeah, it's a weepy
okay.
sort of one.
Yeah, it
Ah.
looks sort of like a weeping willow tree for a plum tree.
Is it a red
yeah.
flesh or more of a yellow flesh?
When it's fully ripe, it's like a dark red, like
Okay.
reddish purple, but it's
Yep.
really, really good.
Now, I think it might be a European style variety, man.
Okay.
I don't think it's a Japanese. It's a very small fruit,
Yeah,
Okay.
they didn't get real
so I
big.
think it's more in the gage family.
Yeah.
And I think the fact that I didn't take a whole bunch off when they were really small, I left a whole bunch on there because I didn't know
Yeah.
what kind of fruit tree it was. That may have played in it. A couple of the branches broke because of weight, because they were so heavy.
Mm.
Hey, Travel.
Hey, Homestead
Hey,
Aquarius.
Paris.
How are you, mate?
I'll put my comment in the chat. G'day, Grandpa.
Yeah, I love canning plums. Absolutely. Oh man. Like I like them fresh, but I absolutely love to eat plums that I've canned myself. So good.
And Robert, I've got to apologize. I've got to stop watching your videos over Terry's shoulder. She's normally listening to your videos, and
When
I
I'm
listen to
watching,
them.
he's listening.
I'm listening to them as she's watching them, and then I don't go watch them because I've already listened to it over Terry's shoulder. I've got to stop doing that and actually go watch some every now and again.
Actually, a really bad habit I've got into is I'm watching people's videos on the big screen TV, and then
Yeah,
because
I
I do
can't
that,
comment.
I can't
You can't
comment,
comment.
and so I've then got to go back and try to remember who and what, and yeah, I don't know.
I fully admit that I'm a poor watcher. I say that all the time. I am the worst watcher for a channel. And a busy creator is generally not a good watcher
Yeah.
because you just don't have the time. And when you're on YouTube, you're normally looking at, okay, what tags has someone used and that sort of thing. And so you don't get time. But if I've commented on your video, I've sat there and I've watched the video. And I've watched it all from start to finish.
Yeah.
Me too. I'm like that too. And especially if it's like at nighttime, people will get a lot of watch time from me, but I don't see the video because I'm sleeping. I don't know how many live streams and videos people have gotten watch time from me. But it's like there's a spot on YouTube in the studio. It shows how much time you've watched videos. My numbers are quite high, and there's a lot of videos I haven't seen.
Speaking of playing videos, if anyone does have some playtime, watch through some Two Family stuff.
Yes.
I will put a link up to their channel. Because at the moment they can't put out the content that they're looking to put out because of Sherry being ill, and they do get a lot of their or part of their income through the YouTube, so they are suffering a little bit.
Yeah, I've been playing their videos lately. Last night I played some of their live streams in a couple other names, and this way they got that double time.
Yeah, so if you're in the position that you can watch videos silently that sort of deal. Yeah.
Those tags mean a lot, Christina. They really do. You'd be surprised how much, depending on what kind of tags you have, how good your video will do or how bad it can do.
Yeah, and tags can help you an awful lot. As I noticed with you, obviously passion fruit work for a tag. That video took off.
Oh my god, that video did awesome.
Yeah, I think it's on, I don't know, 7,000 or 8,000 views or something now.
Yeah, and that's awesome. I mean, and you never know what tag's gonna work.
Yeah.
Yeah, I done one of my garden tours, my stock standard garden tours. You know, if I'm lucky, they get 50, 60 views. I've got one over 1,000 because I was harvesting sweet potatoes and put harvesting sweet potatoes in it.
Mm-hmm.
And people were searching for sweet potato harvest. And that video's gone over 1,000.
You know, the funny thing about that particular video is I didn't actually add tags to it later until I learned about tags.
Yeah.
So I got lucky, I don't know, with the title maybe, but
yeah.
even
and
now,
it could be people are looking at passion fruit as a tag.
Mm-hmm.
And if it's in the title, it is a tag.
Yeah, that's true.
Tags add to what you've got in the title when you do the tags on it. But yeah. And that is
Sorry.
Yeah, almost all my videos didn't have tags on it until earlier this year.
Yeah. And tags just can boost your channel just so much. And that's my biggest tip to people who are starting.
That's awesome.
Yeah. I need to go back and edit a lot of my videos because some of them I don't think have tags maybe, and others just have random things like Aussie and stuff. I don't know. I just put whatever.
Yeah. And a lot of people will do that. Big channels don't tend to tag really well, but they don't need to because they've got people looking at it and it'll get its own growth. But for a small channel, tags are so important. You know, people say to me, "Oh, how did your channel, get up to the 1,000 so easy?" Interaction with the community is a big one.
Yeah.
And also getting the tags right, because the tags will pay you back.
Yep. And it's funny too, because if you look at YouTube, they actually say that, I think in that section, they actually say tags don't really do anything or have little influence or whatever. They say that themselves, but they do.
Christina, it happens, especially when you make content on YouTube.
Sonny's Place, titles and thumbnails are important, but tags are also important. You've got to have the tag for it to appear in front of people. But having a good thumbnail, so when it appears in front of people, they go, "I want to watch that." Yeah, that makes a huge difference.
And Emma, I can tell you this: if you can get all the right tags, you can do your whole title out of tags, and you can do just about your whole description out of tags.
Who does that?
That one. I don't know how many times I've listened to Darren saying the tags he's getting, and then he tells me the description, and almost every tag is in that description.
Yeah.
Yeah.
People rarely read descriptions anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Most people don't read a description. So if you can grab your tags and make a logical sentence out of tags, and you have that up at the top of your description, your first 200 characters in your description, YouTube will search for tags in. So if you can make those first 200 characters into a logical sentence out of tags, then YouTube will go, you're doing this, you're doing this, you're doing this.
Hey, Lazarus, Tom said, how you doing?
Hey, Lazarus.
Hey, is that Lee? G'day, Lee. I assume it's Lee.
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah.
All right, Bashies.
Bye, Beshies.
Bye, besties.
Yeah, so I think that's what I'll do tomorrow. Was I'll jump on and really try and fine tune some of my videos, tags, and stuff, because when I started, I had no idea. I just
Yeah.
whatever.
Same here.
And
And
yeah, and
TubeBuddy is absolutely amazing. There's another one as well, but TubeBuddy's the one I've gone with.
yeah,
Everybody-
vidIQ. Yeah,
vidIQ.
vidIQ.
TubeBuddy's the one I've gone with. You can use the free version. It'll only give you certain tag recommendations, but you can go look at other people's channel and see what they've got for tags.
Yep.
But if you use the free version, you can only look up so many tags.
You can you only get so many recommendations, and you think you don't get all the tags that someone uses on their channel.
No, what I'm saying, if you click on a tag or your search up things into Buddy for the keywords, it only allows you so many times to do that, and then it stops you. And then you gotta
So I have the paid version because I believe in it so firmly.
Yeah, so do I. I'm covered for a year. My mistake.
But yeah, Emma, have a look at it. Definitely have a look at the free version and see what sort of tags it recommends you for. And the thing is, the more you tag in a topic, then the more powerful that topic becomes for you. I get knife videos now that get searched by Knife Maker, and I haven't put that in that video. Because my tag power on knives has become more and more. That is in my channel description. So when someone searches Knife Maker, some of my videos will pop up, even though I haven't tagged it as Knife Maker. So yeah, tags are very important. If you have a look at your search rankings and that sort of thing, yeah.
It's like when I did my cancer bystander video, I was looking up different tags and I was getting okay numbers. Some of them were pretty good, but when I started typing in things that I was questioning with Dylan at the time, my husband, the questions I had were like hospice and the doctors for dealing with his cancer. I started getting hundreds, and those became my tags because you really don't. I mean, I didn't think of using questions I had in my head at the time and things I was questioning at the time, dealing with cancer and all the medical issues he was going through. And then when I started putting them in as tags to see what would come up, and it was giving me hundreds, yeah, those became tags all of a sudden.
I have noticed that, Darren, your titles and stuff have changed recently. Yeah, like to be more, I guess,
to be
searchable and
Yeah.
relevant. Yeah. And yeah, it makes sense. Yeah.
And look, I'm only a small channel, but I have about 10 videos that are sitting on about 1,000+ views.
Okay.
So yeah, I haven't hit anything as big as like your passion fruit one done. My biggest one's probably at about 7,000 views, but it's taken 12 months to get there.
Okay.
But that's people constantly searching it.
Yeah.
Have a good day, Lazarus.
Yeah, I get a lot of questions from people around the world now about passion fruit, specifically because of that video.
Yeah.
Yeah. Quite often I'll get emails and all sorts of stuff, and yeah, it's pretty cool. Interacting with people, and then I don't know, it's just me, but then we go off into like conversation, and yeah, I'll be talking to people in Zimbabwe about stuff over there, and yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, and it's amazing. Like, you just don't know how titles and tagging are going to work. But sometimes you've just hit the right thing and it just goes whoosh. and it's amazing.
Yeah, like my my planting strawberries.
Yeah, Ontario's got one which is
It's over 2,400 views in 2 years. And all I titled it was planting Albion strawberry plants, and that was it. That was the title. I didn't tag it or nothing. I put a little description in there, and I put the video out. And then the one after that was my soap one, which I need to redo.
Yeah, and
So
you just never know when something's going to be searched.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I guess I only it was on TV actually. On TV, someone was saying that YouTube is now, I think, the second biggest search engine behind Google itself.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's crazy.
and
I guess it makes sense.
That's the other thing when you're using TubeBuddy. Have a look at Google, because it comes up as a section in there. Google.
Okay.
So you can click on the Google one and see what works best in Google for you. And then if you put those Google ones up, you find you get a lot of external searches. And it's not just the Google search, it's the DuckDuckGo and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
So you get those searches.
Yeah, I think, not that it's a mistake, but I never, ever at all planned for my channel to be like monetization and stuff like that and everything. So I've never really, until like say the last month, worried about tags and how I put my titles. And I've sort of just done everything the way I feel, and I've done sort of things my way. But now all of a sudden I'm finding myself just about to hit 600 subscribers, which is insane. I started in March, and so now I'm at a point, should I be thinking about watch hours? And because I'm not, how do I put it? I don't think monetization means money and everything for me, but it gets me to like a point of achievement and having a community, what do you call it? The community page on your channel.
Well, you get
Yeah,
that
I
when
want
you
that.
hit 1,000.
Yeah, I want that.
When you hit 1,000.
Okay. So that's probably what I'm aiming at, is the 1,000 eventually, to have that community tab.
The other thing to look at the moment, as far as monetization goes, is your videos are getting ads on them anyway.
Yeah.
And people, the old reason was, I don't want to monetize because people will get ads on my videos. YouTube has now changed their policy that they're gonna put ads on videos anyway.
Yeah.
And they will pocket the money from the
Whether you're
AdSense.
monetized or not, they'll do that.
Yep. Yeah, I've seen quite a few small channels complain about that, having ads on their videos already.
Yeah, I will say this. If you're going to go for watch hours, don't go crazy doing live streams, okay? Because in a year, it could bite you in the butt. I've been there. I've gone through that. I've had it to where before they changed the watch hours to 4,000 watch hours, I was close to my watch hours because I was doing a whole bunch of live streams. And a year later, I was knocked down to hundreds. And I had to build that back up.
Yeah. And if you're going to keep doing lives, if that's part of how you want your channel to grow, that's not a problem.
Yeah.
But if it's sort of, I've seen a lot of people do lives to get their watch hours.
Yeah.
And then they're going to struggle 12 months later.
Because it's going to knock them down.
Because they're not doing their lives anymore.
Yeah.
So if that's part of how you want your channel to be, by all means, do lives. But if it's sort of, nah, I'm just gonna do the lives and get the watch hours, it doesn't work.
It will bite you in the end.
Yeah, I'm with you there, Emma. You know, everyone knows that I don't do lives too often, and generally it's when I've got something to talk about, when I've got something to show, and that sort of thing. You know, I think the last live I've done was 2 months ago.
Yep.
Yeah, we were forging.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't do lives often. I don't want my channel sitting on lives.
Yeah. I've done. I think I've probably done 3 or so now. Probably one every 2 weeks,
Yeah.
and that's. I like having fun with all this gear that I have, and
Yeah.
I used to live stream on like Twitch and stuff like that back in the day. So that's where that comes from me. So to get back out there and mess around and have chickens walking around on my screen while I'm talking, and it's good fun. But
Yeah.
it's definitely not where I want my channel to go. I don't want to be having people think, oh, every week there's going to be a live thing, because it just won't happen.
Yeah. Yeah. As I said, if that's part of what you want in your journey, then by all means do it.
Yeah.
If you don't want to go, I've got to do a live, then don't do them.
Yeah.
I'd hate to get to the point where people expect it and it's
Yeah.
like, oh, do I have to do that? And yeah.
I still have people ask me when I'm going to do my late night lives, and I just right now with school and everything, yeah, because for a while I would go live almost every night, and I'd be on for 2, 3, 4 hours, just chit chatting, because I was dealing with a lot. I was by myself. My kids were asleep. I was dealing with depression and not having been in a new spot. I mean, where I live, I don't have family here. I've only got limited amount of friends around here, and back up in New Jersey, there's no way on earth I would have done YouTube because of the way my neighbors were. No way I would have done it. And because I'm down here and people are more, they're not so cold hearted here. Yeah.
I find it amazing. Because I garden in my front yard, I'm out there with a camera rolling, and I've got neighbours walking past and saying, "G'day, Darren. So you haven't done that weeding yet?" They've been watching the videos, and it's like, yeah, I've got to get to this weeding. I've got to prune the pomegranates and that sort of thing. I have neighbours stop past and comment because I said stuff on the video. Oh, you need to get to that. And it's like,
that's how you know you got awesome supportive neighbors. Yeah.
But yeah, it's friendly joking around sort of thing. So yeah, I absolutely love that. It's engaging the people that are local.
Yeah. See, I'm the opposite, where because of my mental health issues and stuff, I don't want locals and everything knowing that I'm on YouTube and watching me and everything. And like maybe I'm more comfortable with everyone like this because everyone's so far away. I mean, Darren's obviously in Melbourne, but one of the kids came home and said that their friend's dad just subscribed to me, and I was like, oh no, please! Like, luckily they've moved 3 hours away, so that was all right. But
I understand that it's a mental battle for you, but you'll tend to find that there is way more people that want to be supportive, than want to shoot you down.
Yeah. Without a doubt, the YouTube's been absolutely positive for me. Like, I get a few thumbs down, and initially I thought that was going to mess with my head, but I purely look at thumbs down as someone's just told YouTube that they've watched my video. Thanks very much.
Yeah, and like Crystal from Copper Kettle says, she done a live the other day and someone dropped the thumbs down in it.
Yep.
Yeah. And it's like, she goes, they're your biggest supporters because they watch every video.
Yeah.
Pretty much every video of mine gets a thumbs down on it. So someone's coming in and putting the video on just so they can give a thumbs down. It's like, that's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're telling YouTube that you're clicking on my video every time it comes up.
Yeah.
Thank you for the support.
It's like when people they love the drama aspect of YouTube and this and that, all behind the scenes crap. And it's like, okay, if you want to do that, keep it on your channel. Stay away from mine. I have people that watch my channel. that I have stopped talking to because of the drama in their life, and I don't want that in mine. And I've told them, I said, you give me a thumbs down or a thumbs up, it don't matter to me. It's a view.
Yeah.
And some of my biggest lurkers are people that can't stand me anymore. And that's why whenever I go live, I say to my lurkers, I love you. Because I also have friends that are mods, and they will lurk in the background because they know as soon as they pop into my chat, everyone under the sun is going to talk to them because they have not seen them in a while. So they will work behind the scenes, and they will mod behind the scenes, and only me and the other mods will see them.
It doesn't matter what you do. There's always negative people out there. And the
Yeah.
fact that I mod now, I think 6 Facebook groups. I get to see, people just being nasty for the sake of being nasty.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And generally, there's more people that want to be nice than want to be nasty.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I understand with you that is a battle. And at some stage, I'm hoping that, again, that's something that's going to grow in you, and you're thinking the local community watching is a great thing. And it's been so amazing just watching your growth through YouTube.
Yeah. Especially coming up on panels and doing lives. The first time I saw you live, I was like, holy moly, he's live.
The Ridge Life Live. It was.
I was so
Daz
proud
was
of
sitting
you,
there, and he was about to drop out. I'm sitting there in private chat messaging him, and it was like, come on, mate, you can do it. Because when Tim said, I'm getting Daz up on the panel, I said, have a chat with him first. Does he realize he's appearing on screen?
Man, that was.
I said, I would love to see him there. If you can be the one that gets him over that line and gets him on there, awesome. Yeah. But have a chat with him first. Just let him know that that's what's happening.
Darren even tried getting him to get you up before Darren. And then he brought you up after Darren. It's like, oh, he's not gonna make
I was dropping it in the private chat. I was dropping it in the public chat. I was dropping it everywhere. It's like, bring Daz up.
Yeah, it dragged out for me. I'm like, oh man, like eventually, obviously, I did it, but yeah, just waiting, watching everyone else. I was like, oh, I've got to wait again and again and again, and
I think there's some others in the chat, in the live chat, that was trying to get Tim to bring you up before Darren too. It's like, bring him up next.
But the fact that you got up and then you started doing lives after it just continues to show your growth, and
it helps.
It's a lot of hurdles you've crossed, a lot.
And it's amazing. There's those of us in the background. Yep, admittedly, I don't watch every video, but I love the fact that you are growing in leaps and bounds. You're getting up, you're talking to people all over the world in chats. You've done the videos, you're appearing in lives. It's just fantastic. You're doing your own lives.
Yeah.
It's just, I just can't. Thanks, Wild. But yeah, it's like I said earlier. I still can't understand why my head. That just earlier tonight, I had to ask a couple of my kids to help me in the front yard because I can't walk out into the front yard and be in front of people. But then an hour later, I'm sitting here talking to you guys, and I've been here for, what is it now, a couple of hours, and it spins around in my head. Why can't I go out?
Don't think about it.
I know, but I do. But look, YouTube has definitely been a positive experience, and like we said earlier, with a thumbs down, for me, that's a massive achievement for me, because I was really worried about the way I would accept negativity, but honestly, if I get a thumbs down, I honestly don't care, and that's a big deal to me.
Yeah.
I just, like I said, thanks for being, a statistic for YouTube saying that there's another person that watched. And
that's the thing. I mean, probably in part for you at the moment, it's because it's not it's that disconnect through the screen.
Yeah.
It's not that personal, confrontational sort of thing. There's that disconnect through the screen. So, yeah, while that helps to build your confidence, mate, that's great.
Yeah.
Hopefully at some stage that does become into, you can go out into the front yard. Hopefully at some stage that means you can go out in public.
Exactly.
That would be great. If it doesn't, it doesn't.
Well, it's got to help because, like I said, I've started this in March, and the idea was to start interacting because I don't talk on the phone and stuff. So to interact with people, I've gotten this far. And honestly, if say Darren lived next door and instead of doing this here, he had everyone over, I would be like, you know what? I've got to do something. I can't go,
Yeah.
and
Oh, mate,
I wouldn't be there.
If it's a party, I've got to wash my hair that night.
I'll be washing the beard. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm not a people person. I'm not a party person.
Yeah.
But yeah, YouTube does make it easier. I mean, I think a lot of us on YouTube suffer from those anxieties, the depression, and that sort of thing.
Yeah, well, that's something too. I don't for a minute think I'm the only person. I know there's a lot of, and people have talked to me privately about what they've gone through and what they're going through. And it's incredible just how many people out there are also using YouTube. Like Paula, for instance, earlier was saying that Paula pretty much uses YouTube to interact with people rather than in person.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. It's like with my epilepsy. I was scared to death to share about it because I thought I would get so many negative comments. And a friend of mine I was talking to, he goes, "You've got something that no one else, you don't hardly see on YouTube. You've got epilepsy. You're very open and proud to share about it and share all the challenges that come with it." And I still do to this day. Like that day I did my video when I had the EEG and I got the test results, I couldn't stop crying that day. I was so happy. That's the first time in my 45 years of life have had a test come back normal. And I've had so many people since sharing my epilepsy message me or email me or comment in a video asking if I can find out information in this, or they sent me a bunch of questions, and I said I'll answer them back right away. And I love that. That's one of the greatest things about YouTube. It's like sharing my story with being a cancer bystander. Yeah, I'm gonna be putting some more videos out of what it's like for the family because I've had people send me questions, and they're I answer them, and I want to be able to answer them in video too because I know it's gonna help people. My cancer bystander video is over an hour long. It's an hour, I think, hour and 20 minutes, and I've had, I think, what 100 and some views on it, which absolutely blows my mind. But it's stuff like that, and with the community, and it's not just the homesteading community, because I follow all kinds of different communities, and they come and they're supportive, and they will, like, I'll pop into a live stream that I haven't been in in months, and they say, "Hey CC, how you doing?" Because there's one of the gaming channels I go to, and to cut my name down, he goes, "You mind if I call you CC?" And it stuck. So I was like, "Sure, no problem." And whenever I go in there, people that haven't seen me, they'll start asking me how I'm doing, and this and that, and it's good having that community, even outside of the homesteading community, because when you, like with you, like Darren was saying, when you do come to that point where you're comfortable going out in the yard or break that and you're comfortable trying to go to a store or stuff, you may find more support than you realize you have out there from your own community.
Yeah.
And sometimes the support is stirring, like Emma and everything.
It's like I won't show butchering chickens on my channel because there are thousands of videos out there on YouTube. But the looks I get from people driving past my backyard watching me butcher a chicken, yeah, that's entertaining enough in itself. Especially when they are slowing down real slow because they see a chicken hanging from a tree. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'll often sit on the front porch and pluck a chicken. But yeah, I mean, look, Joel Saladin done, well, he didn't do the video, but his Homesteaders of America video of him butchering a chicken.
Yes.
I can't beat that.
That was my go-to.
I'm not going to drop a video when I know Joel's got such a great video on it.
Yes.
And a lot of people will put it up because people want to go watch a processing video. And yeah, I'm not going to do it. Bill, you've actually done a live stream.
He did?
He done a live stream.
I didn't know that. Well, it's
I
like
did.
I went around.
I was watching it.
I went around YouTube looking for butchering videos from start to finish, and you can't find it because YouTube flags so many people because of this. So when I came across that Homesteaders of America one with Joe South, and he was showing the butchering, and that camera person was right there, I was like, okay, I can do this. And because I was so freaked out, I talked to Jason Robin from Big Bear Homestead, asking them questions. I asked a whole bunch of others a bunch of questions, and they're like, you just have to do it so you can get past that. And I was like, I'm something like this. I want details. And when that Joe Salton one, I watched that thing like 20 times. So the more I watched it, the more comfortable I got with it. And I was like, yeah, I can do this. And I think once the more you're doing things, and I think the bigger you get, Daz, little by little you'll get more confident. And so
it's been interesting.
You're doing great.
And as I've said, mate, the growth that we've seen in you through YouTube has been awesome. I hope that it continues. If it doesn't, and you're in your happy place now, okay.
Enjoy it.
Yeah.
Enjoy your happy place.
Yeah, I honestly don't really know where I'm going with it all, because initially it was to try and talk to people and also to stick it up the kids, and because we had this thing, and like now I rub it into the kids that I say, your dad's a content creator now, and they're like, oh, please.
Well, I don't know if my cheeky daughter's still hanging around, but the two of them, both of them, the same comment. Oh, great. My dad's a wannabe YouTuber.
Yeah.
And I'm now up to the point where I can monetize. I haven't yet because we're still trying to sort some stuff out with that.
Okay.
But once I got to that point, I showed them, and I said, wannabe YouTuber, huh? I am a YouTuber.
Yep.
Yeah,
so yeah, sticking it up the kids is always fun.
Yeah, that was great. That was.
We like the way Daz looks with his beard. I showed my son. I said, "Who does this look like?" He was, "That's Gandalf."
Yeah, I get Gandalf or Santa
my
Claus.
friend Daz over in Australia. I said a lot of people say he looks just like Gandalf. He goes, he does. That's cool.
Yes, she is still watching.
Christina.
That's great.
She's one of them great lurkers.
Yeah,
Yeah, so
it's good, mate. I'm happy to watch your journey.
Yeah.
Thanks. But yeah, like I said, I just don't know where I'm going with it now, because it's not. I never had an end game, an end plan, or.
Do you need one?
of course not. But it's just to be very honest. I've been 5 months into it, and I'm almost at 600 subscribers. So I am thinking, well, maybe I should look at trying just to get to that point where I can have the community tab and stuff now. And what's the plan? What's the strategy there? And I don't want to put pressure on myself. Is one thing too.
Make it
When
a
I used to be,
goal. Make it a goal, but it's a goal that will eventually happen. It happens
There was
in
someone-
some time. Don't.
There was a thing in Small YouTubers today, and it was a comment about Sherry because she's been unwell. She hasn't been doing her normal welcome message, and some of the new people were going, "Oh, I've joined here, and I don't seem to have got that many." As I've said many times, content creators are the worst watchers.
Yeah,
absolutely the worst. You don't want content creators as your subscribers because they don't watch your videos.
Yeah.
Don't worry about that. Join in the community.
You'll get lots
People
of
will come
support.
to you.
Mhm.
Have good videos. People will come to you.
I've
Yeah.
definitely found that. Yeah, that I've got subscribers that a lot of people have never heard of, or they're just mum and dads out there that don't have channels and things like that. And that's the good part. I like that. That's where I feel like, hey, I've actually achieved something, because it's not someone that's gone, hey, I've just subscribed to you. By the way, I've got a channel.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
you
Or,
know you're
hey,
doing
uncle,
something
I've
good.
just subscribed to you.
Yeah. You know you're doing something good in your kids' eyes when your child will tell an Uber driver that their mom has a YouTube channel and the channel name. My daughter did that to me a couple weeks ago, and the woman subscribed to me. And it's like,
That's cool. Yeah.
are you serious? Because we
Yeah,
got
I'm
talking
starting.
about gardening and all the rains, and it's like, well, my mom has a YouTube channel, City Girl Country Heart. And it's like,
Yeah.
really? That's awesome.
Thank you for the support, child.
Yeah, I'll see what happens, I guess. Just yeah, I don't know. I think watch hours is always going to be the hurdle. It's
I find with those, it gets back to me talking about tags again. I find with those taggable videos, that evergreen content, and I know Emma at Sunny's Place is the same sort of stuff. That to me has the power. I have probably about 5-6 videos that get 10 watches every 48 hours. One of them gets 20 watches. So they are constantly feeding those hours.
Yeah.
Yep.
Some of them haven't taken off that big. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
That's what I said. My channel's going to grow at its own pace. If it gets bigger, faster, okay. If I get monetized, fine. I'm not worried about it right now.
But the other thing I said in that post today is we all started, and I don't care who you are, even Mark at Self-Sufficient Me, even PewDiePie.
Yep.
We all started as 0 subscribers and 0 people watching.
Yep.
We all started that way.
Yep.
It does not matter how big you become. I watched a video of Mark's that he was talking about, how his videos became great. He got his first big hit off how to grow a ton of lemons. And he didn't realize how he'd done that until ages later. And he was looking at quitting YouTube. And look at the guy now. He's got 1 million+ subscribers. He's got 2 channels that are monetized. He's got a business that builds off his YouTube. Fantastic. Way to go, mate. But he was at that point of quitting.
Yeah. I don't know how many times, like with my City Girl Country Heart page on Facebook, I was going to delete it. And my husband, when he was sick, he goes, the one thing, major thing I want you to promise me And he goes, "What?" I said, he goes, "Do not delete your City Girl Country Heart page because I got a funny feeling it's going to take off." It's got over 7,000 likes. Yeah, it's slow going, but it's hit that plateau where it's slow, but every now and then it peaks up some, but I still have those people there. And I will put some of my videos in there. Different things and stuff. But it's like,
Yes.
stuff like that. It'll happen when it happens.
Yeah, you never know what's going to hit, when it's going to hit. Like blacksmithing. I look through blacksmithing videos. I generally don't watch a lot of homesteading videos. I more watch blacksmithing videos. That's my jam. So I'll go watch blacksmithing videos and I'll go, "Oh, wow, this guy's really good." And it's got a lot of views. And they created it 5 years ago and then stopped putting content out. Obviously because it didn't jump straight away.
Yeah.
Yep.
But all of a sudden here they are 5 years later and they've got 5 videos on the channel that are getting massive views.
Yeah.
And they're not creating.
Yep.
In Best Life, that's how it goes. He goes, "It's weird. My first video got 30 looks in a year. Now it gets 30 a day for 6 months."
Emma, if I've commented, I've watched it.
Yes.
If I haven't commented, I haven't watched it.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is like with me. If I'm watching it on TV or I'm asleep and I haven't commented, it's been watched, but I just couldn't comment.
Yeah.
But I will go back and I will comment later.
Yeah. And generally I'll go through. I try to do it at least once a week, and I'll go through with the people that commented on my videos first.
Yeah.
And I'll go have a look at their channel and see what they put up and what I want to watch on their channel. Yeah, and I'll try and support the people that support me.
Yeah.
And then after that, I'll go to the other people that I like. Yep. If you've left a comment, then chances are I'll look at yours first.
Yeah.
Because I try and spend one night a week just to catch up with the community.
Yeah. I need to do that more. It's just my sleep schedule has been so crazy lately. I'm falling asleep 7 o'clock at night sometimes.
Yep.
I get done work and I'm passing out, and it's like it's been so erratic lately this last couple of months. And now with having to get up so early in the morning to get my kids up for school, my sleep has gone into a tornado.
I watch a lot of videos, I guess, because I'm stuck at home and I can't work and things. And I can churn through the videos. But like I said earlier, my biggest issue lately is that I'm watching more on the big screen TV. There's channels and content that I prefer to watch on the big TV, which is great. But then I forget to go back to the computer and comment and give that person. Actually, no, I can do a thumbs up on the TV, but I can't comment. So yeah, I've got to go back and try to remember because my memory is pretty sketchy. So that's where I need to adjust. Yeah, I don't really. I've got one here somewhere. It's gone flat. Because I don't really use the phone. It's only here in case my wife's out and she needs to get hold of me.
Okay.
But so yeah,
I was gonna say you could comment while the video is playing on your phone.
True.
And just put your phone back down.
Yeah, but then the problem I've got with phones is the best example ever is I texted my wife one day that I would love a big frozen Coke, and because of my thumbs, Coke was mistyped as male appendage.
So you're after an Eskimo surprise.
Oh yeah. So yep, that one I've never been able to live that one down. Yeah.
Yeah, big thumbs will get mistakes an awful lot.
Yeah, but yeah, that is something that I have an issue with having the phone and worry about it ringing and stuff. So, but yeah, it would be good to sit down like you said, I could be on the TV and commenting at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
But it could be embarrassing too with my history. So, well, look, there's a I don't know how this happened. I really don't. But there's a running joke with my wife and kids and some people that know me that I texted my wife one day, and her name's Emma. I typed, I'm sure I typed, "I love you, Emma." She messaged me back saying, "Who's Barry?" And I'm like, "What?" And she said, "Read it back." And I go back, and it's got, I love you, Barry. Like, how does Barry come from Emma on the phone? And then she's like,
Yeah.
"Please tell me who's Barry." I'm like, "Shut up." So yeah.
Oh goodness. Robert, I can understand that you were about to blow a
Yeah.
fuse, mate. And you spend so much time giving watchers comments loves.
Yes.
Um,
That's
Mate.
another channel that could use a lot of watch time too. Homestead Aquarius, because he is such a huge supporter of everybody else. If he comments, he has watched your whole video, no matter how
And-
long.
like I said before, unfortunately, most of my watching turns into listening for Robert at the moment because I'm listening over Terry's shoulder.
Yeah.
I for one can vouch that she watches a lot of Homestead Aquarius.
Yeah.
And I need to do that a bit more myself.
I've said it many times before. He's a wonderful human being, and I
Oh.
love to use that specific phrase, or whatever you want to say. That, yeah, he's just a wonderful human being. That's all I can say.
I
Yeah.
can't wait to meet him. I would love to meet him one day. Now, I can guarantee that will happen, Robert. That will happen for sure.
Yeah, I'd love. I know he's lacking in heat tolerance at the moment because of the sunstroke and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And I'd love to go over and give him a hand to actually try and get some of that work knocked out.
Yeah, so would I. I think a lot
and
of
I
people
think-
would if they could.
I think a lot of people would if they could.
Yeah.
So, yeah, for sure. When I get to America, we will be coming over
Oh, that's
And-
a definite.
and annoying you, Robert, and doing some work there.
Yes.
That'd be awesome.
Yep. And yes, if there's any videos made, no, your face will not be shown.
I'm not even caring about the video.
No.
I just want to go spend some time with the man.
Yeah.
Hmm.
me too.
He's in
Yeah.
Alabama, Emma. You know, that place where it's dangerous to row down a river. And I love banjo music.
Oh, he's gonna have to be careful if that storm comes up this way, though. I was looking at that earlier, and I was like, "Oh yeah, let's not, oh no." I do like
The best life.
Well, Robert, I can guarantee if there was a lot more others that were closer, they'd be there helping.
Bill, are you saying he's got a purity hand?
No,
You got
one
a
day I'd
purity
love to
hand
get
there,
over.
boy.
One day I'd love to get over to one of the meets, like the one they had at Pryor, for instance. That was
Yeah.
pretty cool. Yeah.
Yeah. Next
Man,
year,
look,
I wanna
I-
go to some.
That's part of our long-term game plan is some of the big meetups, the homesteader meetups, like HOA and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
I'd love to get my blacksmithing set up and take it there and
Mm.
do a stall at HOA.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's like with the, because right now I'm making fingerless gloves.
Mm.
It doesn't look like much. I have my daughter. I took some pictures and I said, "Man, what does this look like?" She says, "It looks like a pot holder." So I told her, I said, "Can I steal your hands tomorrow and take some pictures so you can model these for me?" She says, "Yeah." But it's like I want to make a bunch of these and a bunch of the other stuff I'm crocheting, and if we can go up next year to HOA, take a bunch of them, sell them. I gotta make a bunch because with Christmas coming up, I want to put them on Etsy, either Etsy or on Facebook to sell them, and this way get a little bit of extra income.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think there's opportunities for us in the HOA and that sort of thing, and it's not so much the YouTube opportunity; it's the can we make money catering as homesteaders for homesteaders?
Yeah.
So
what's the whole HOA thing?
HOA is Homesteaders of America. I think it's a 4-day event.
It started out as a 1-day event and did that, I think, for 2 years. And then they moved it to a 2-day event, and I think they've made it bigger. I know they did an Homestead of America meetup in Tennessee not that long ago, because there's this, it's up in Virginia where it's at. A lot of people can't make it up there, and because of COVID, like last year, can't remember if they did it last year or not. They did a lot of virtual stuff last year. But they had a small meetup in Tennessee, and like HOA can get thousands of people going to it because they're gotten so big. A couple years ago, a friend of mine, she goes to Goodwill. Bandana Grandma, she goes to Goodwill and gets shirts from Goodwill, like sweaters and sweatshirts and stuff, and she'll make mittens. And because it was cold and rainy that year, she sold out of every pair of mittens she had. Every pair.
But yeah, and people in America don't understand the fact that homesteading is not a big thing here in Australia.
Yeah.
And it's hard to do that homesteading lifestyle. And people in Australia can't understand that whole American homesteading thing and don't realize how popular it is. But yeah, there's a fair few homesteading meetups that aren't necessarily YouTube meetups, because homesteading's got a longer history than just YouTube. But there's also a fair few that have got that YouTube base to it, like Doug and Stacey do one. The Crockers done that prior one. So there's a lot of legs there that it's sort of like, if I've got something that I can market to people in that homesteading lifestyle, then it's going to work really well. Like my hand forged dandelion puller. You take that to a homesteading thing and go, hey, look at this.
It's like, it's like over here, because we have all 4 seasons here, but the weather here is so diverse in so many different places. Like, you got the tornado alley in the middle of the country, but we get tornadoes here. We get earthquakes here. We get the hurricanes and stuff like that. We get ice storms here. So a lot of that homesteading stuff, for me, is that go-to. So I have that stuff on hand. And knowing those things that I do, it's like I used to make homemade soaps and candles before. If I didn't make candles when Tropical Storm Irene and Hurricane Sandy came through Jersey, we wouldn't have had light at night. I lit up my house when Tropical Storm Irene came through because the lights kept going in and out. Because when Hurricane Sandy came through, the lights were going in and out all night long. And that's how I lit my house, was with candles that I made. And like the homemade soap, started making that because my daughter gets eczema real bad during the winter. And it helped her. And I'm going to get back into doing that again, so I have that stuff on hand, so I don't have to go buy I can make big batches of soap and big batches of candles and have that stuff here. But I could also sell it too.
Yeah. So the HOA is always in the one place. They don't move around the country.
No.
Well, the
I
woman
don't
that
think so.
started it she lives up in Virginia.
Okay. Yep.
Amy Field started it. It's where it is in Virginia. My brother lives 15 minutes from there.
Mm.
And if things go the way he's wanting, it's gonna be more like an hour. Because my niece, he's gonna be a grandpa this year. So him and my soon-to-be ex-sister-in-law are trying to find places to live over by my niece, so they can be closer to her and the grandbaby.
There you go, both in Front Royal.
Yep.
Okay.
But I know a lot of people that go there just for like the classes, just to have that chance to meet with other people that are doing that stuff. I have a few friends that went up there a couple years ago because they wanted to pick the brains of the people that do homesteading. And this is all before COVID hit. And because they want that knowledge, they're like me. They will Google everything, but getting that experience from the people that have been through that helps a lot more too.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't think homesteading's such a big thing here because of lack of water.
Yeah.
America is a lot wetter a continent than Australia is. So, g'day, Bob. And it makes it hard to do that small scale farming. We don't have the rivers that flow through that you guys have. We don't have the creeks that flow through. Most of our creeks are dry 9 months of the year. So it makes it really hard. Our groundwater is a lot deeper than it is in America. And generally when you get to groundwater, it's a brackish water.
Yeah.
So it can make it really hard. Whereas you guys have got such a wetter continent.
Yeah.
And it's not always the amount of rainfall. It's just the fact that the water flows a lot better there.
Yeah. There's a lot of underground cisterns and stuff like that. It's like keeping it Dutch. They sold their house. They bought a 40-acre property. They're living off-grid. Their electricity is generators right now. They had a well dug earlier this year. Yeah, it's got a strong sulfur smell, but he's found ways to overcome that and get rid of that sulfur smell. But I think it was like 240 or 260 feet down. They could have gone a little higher up, but just to play safe, the well driller suggested going a little deeper. They got 35 gallons a minute of water, what they measured it out at. And that's like majorly good. And when I lived over in another town down here back in 2004, when we sold our property and moved up to New Jersey to help take care of my dad, they had a huge drought here. And our well, we would have not had water because our well, it was like there was a little trickle going through it. Took forever for it to build up. And so I was actually thankful that we weren't here when they had the drought down here like they did.
Yeah, Tiffany, as a rule, you guys are generally wetter. Your groundwater's a lot shallower, so you can drill a well and farm off the well. Yeah. And here to put a well in, what's the average depth up at your area, Daz?
Oh, I'm not sure. I don't know.
But generally, like a well in America, 30 foot in a lot of places will get you to water.
Yeah.
A well in Australia, you're talking about, 1,200 feet, and you might strike water. And if you strike water, there's a good chance it's going to be brackish water, and it's undrinkable.
That's
Uh,
great.
Yeah, well, where I am, it's all farming. It's completely farming. I'm not on a farm, but my whole region up here is farming, but it's all irrigated. It's
Hmm.
all the farmers up here buy water, and in fact, my block of land that I own here that I'm on, it's a small block, but it came with a water entitlement that I had to pay for. So for the rest of my ownership of this land, every year I'm entitled to 2 megaliters of water. Um, and I had to pay for ownership of that, which cost me about 13,000 Australian dollars.
Oh wow.
Um, and well, that is purely, how do I explain it? It's now become a thing for investors. Big companies are investing in the water, and farmers have caught on to that. So if they can, farmers are actually selling off parts of their entitlements to investors. But if I'd bought my water 12 months before, it would have cost me about $3,000. But because the investors have moved in onto water, it cost me $13,000. But yeah, but they need to irrigate up here because they just don't have the rainfall.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like
And
here.
that irrigation's coming out of the rivers and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And
And
you've got to pay for those water rights to pull water out of the river.
and you're not guaranteed, although I paid the 13,000 for 2 megaliters a year. If there's not enough water in the system, I won't get that 2 megaliters, which is fine because I'll be lucky if I use one a year watering the lawns and everything.
Mm.
But for farmers, it's something to think about. And yeah, it's not guaranteed.
Well, it's like here. If you get a property, and after talking to a few other people and talking to on some of the groups and pages I like on Facebook, I was talking to a friend of mine, and she said if you go looking for a property, and she told me this a couple years ago. She goes, whatever rights you can get on that land, mineral rights, oil rights, water rights, forestry rights, whatever you can get it. Because if a company comes in and says they can do this, they will come on your property whether you like it or not. They will buy them rights, and they can come on your property anytime they want and take that stuff. And because she had a company where I forget where she is now, because they recently moved. They had a company because they wouldn't let this company come on their property. They stayed off of their property and went under the fence to get what they wanted, and they got it.
All right, folks, this has been going for about 4 hours. And
Wow.
yeah, and I'm looking to wrap it up because I haven't eaten yet since I was asleep at the start of this.
Yeah, you might. Everyone that come in late, ask him what time he got into his live chat and what time everyone else, what time everybody else, including me, got into his live chat.
Yeah, luckily I had some people calling me up to wake me.
I was late, but I still was here before him.
Oh, trust me, I went soundly to sleep. I had a tooth pulled today, and it was hurting, so I laid down for a little short nap.
I was going to call you, but you said, "Oh, I'll be fine by the time the live comes."
Yeah. Well, that little short nap turned into 5 hours of sleep.
And how much sleep did you get the night before?
Oh, yeah, I don't know.
You were up all night.
No, that was the night before that. I was up all night because of pain.
Oh, goodness.
All right, folks. Well, thank you very much, everyone, for coming by. I so enjoy the interaction with the community. The love you guys give is just amazing. So thank you very much for watching, and bye for now.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Darren.